Good evening, everyone. We are here Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023 for our regular commission meeting. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Groth,
Here.
Vice Mayor Amsler,
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Here.
Commissioner Oliveira.
Here.
Here we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So move on to Pledge of Allegiance. Vice Mayor, please.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I have the opportunity and the pleasure to have us lead us into the Pledge of Allegiance by my daughter. This is Isabel. Isa, you can stand up, say hi. Reasons for the reasons why I chose Isa for today are many. I'm going to be very brief, but I just wanted you guys to know some of the things she's been working on lately for the past 3 years. Izzy, besides being my pride and joy, she's a fundraiser lead at Cadenas, an organization dedicated to provide solutions that improve the quality and life of vulnerable communities. She's a volunteer at SOS Dolls, an organization that focuses on girl empowerment, gender equality, and anti-bullying. She's the chair of the Work with Purpose, you guys may know from Country Day School, an annual event that is to benefit pediatric cancer research. She's the vice president and cost representative at PLAN, a Latin America nonprofit to support those vulnerable populations. She's a member of the National Honor Society for Academic Achievement. She's a sports fanatic. She's a district champ and a starter at the Miami Country Day varsity soccer and softball. And babysits in the village. So this is also an ad for her because she has been trying to promote her services within the village and the shore. She already is helping some families. Above all, she's kind, she's humble, and she's a lot of fun and a great example for us. And I chose Easy. I was thinking I have a lot of people that I would love to bring, but why not? She has over 300 hours beyond the 25 required volunteer hours of service. You're an example to many, especially to me, and you inspire me to do what I'm doing now. So thank you.
That's it. That's all.
So if you would be so kind to lead us.
Running for
yes.
election?
Good evening, everyone. I just want to first say thank you to my mom, or Commissioner Amsler, I should say, for recognizing all the work that I do. It's an honor to be here tonight as her guest, so thank you. And now if you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much.
Babysitter.
Be asking for hourly rates after this. Okay, moving to item 4, additions, deletions, withdrawals to the agenda. This time, do we have any commission members, or if the manager has any additions, changes, or deletions from our agenda for this evening? There are no others. I would like to.
Actually, I
Sure.
was kind of deferring to everyone else.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Something, Veronica? I'll let her go first.
Sure.
So I was hoping we could move a couple items to the front. Mr. Mayor. Let me get to it. So village manager discussion, 13A.
You beat me to it.
right? I think it's needed that we move that to the front as well as SFM maintenance recap.
All right, so your proposal is to move 13A and 13B above
I would put it before
12.
12, yeah,
Okay.
12A, so before village communication.
Okay. So 13A and 13B. Are there any questions or comments or opposition from anyone up here?
No, I was gonna ask for the same thing. Can I add something to the list now? I'd like to pull 9E from consent. I hate to do it, but I need to discuss that one before we vote. And I just want to point out, you all met Mike Simpson from E-Waste, the recycling company. They're the last item on the agenda. I think we're gonna get through this all pretty nicely tonight. So when we get to the remaining new business, and he's still here, if we could at that point, and it looks like we're gonna get it all done, if we can move him to the top of whatever's left, just as a courtesy, so he can answer our questions and leave, I think that would be nice. So I'm not
Really just-
suggesting that it be moved now, just kind of keep that in mind at the time, and maybe at the time we could pull that up.
So really, it would just be jumping the 13C, since those would be the only two remaining on new business. So
Mr. Mayor, if you allow me, since we have a resident for that item, and based on the memo that Commissioner Kennedy's provided, I don't know where the rest of the commission would be, but it seems like it might be a very quick discussion.
I mean, the same thing, the recycling item?
Yes.
Oh, if you want to move it up farther.
Maybe just move it before the discussion of the village manager, if it'll be quick with the board.
since we have someone here for it, it would be
That would be
fine.
nice, and I anticipate it might be quick. That's not, I didn't want to be so presumptuous, but that would be great.
Okay, perfect. So then,
I'll let Mario be presumptuous on my behalf. Thank you, Mario.
we will be removing 9E from the consent. And we will be moving 13D, the top of old business, followed by 13A, and which leaves
Mhm.
13C, the only item for new business. That's all right? Okay. Perfect. So do we have a motion or a second to accept the agenda as amended?
I'll make a motion to accept the amended agenda.
Commissioner Kennedy, second.
I'll second that.
Vice Mayor Amsler. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. So now that's taken care of, let's move on to our presentations, our proclamations in section 5. We have a few of them. The first of which is our proclamation for Municipal Clerks Week, which I will now read on to the record. 54th Annual Municipal Clerks Week, April 30th to May 6th, 2023. Whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world. And whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants. And whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens and the local governing bodies and agencies of government at other levels. Whereas municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. Whereas the municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community. Whereas municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. Whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the municipal clerk. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Jonathan E. Groth, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby issue a proclamation calling to recognize the week of April 30th, 2023 through May 6th, 2023 as Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our municipal clerk, Shantae Bingham, and to all municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Our second proclamation this evening is 2023 Mother's Day Proclamation in honor and recognition of all mothers. For more than a century, Americans have set aside the second Sunday in May to honor, celebrate, and thank the inspirational mothers in our lives. Today, we recognize mothers everywhere who inspire us to dream big and to never give up. Mothers have always played an integral role in shaping our great nation. Even before our country was founded, mothers inspired sons and daughters to patriotism and devotion to the ideal of freedom for all. Inspirational mothers across America continue to pass on the same lesson, encouraging their children to become leaders in their own families and great citizens in their communities and this nation. Even in our lowest moments, mothers see the best in their children. Through their guidance and unwavering love, they prepare us for the challenges of adulthood and provide us with the confidence we need to reach our full potential. They are some of the best examples of everyday heroes, and their consistent devotion to family and grace under pressure too often go overlooked. On this Mother's Day, we pay tribute to our mothers, whether we are their children by birth, adoption, or foster care, or their devotion to seeing us lead happy and successful lives. Today and every day, let us ensure that our mothers know and feel our deep gratitude for the gift of life and for their unmatched sacrifices to strengthen our families and our nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, do hereby honor all mothers on this 2023 Mother's Day, Sunday, May 14, 2023. Our third proclamation this evening is for Memorial Day. Whereas on Monday, May 29, 2023, in cities and towns throughout our nation, Americans joined together to honor their fallen heroes of our armed forces. And whereas in May 1868, Major General John A. Logan called for a nationwide day of remembrance to pay tribute to those who gave their lives serving our country. And whereas more than 1.6 million veterans of the United States Armed Forces currently reside in Florida, and many reside in Biscayne Park. And whereas our men and women in uniform have sacrificed their lives to maintain the security of our great nation and the liberties we hold so dear. And whereas members of our armed forces continue to work towards peace and prosperity in the world. And whereas we must pledge to never forget the men and women of the armed forces who gave the ultimate sacrifice in defending our freedoms. We should express our gratitude to the families of our fallen warriors. We must keep faith with all those who have died for our country in the fight for permanent peace. And we must honor our unwavering community to all members of the armed forces. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Jonathan E. Groth, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby proclaim Monday, May 29, 2023 as Memorial Day in recognition of all those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our nation. And we ask all here present at this commission meeting to pause for a moment of silence in their memory. Thank you. Our final proclamation this evening is commemorating National Police Week, May 14 through the 20th, and National Peace Officers Memorial Day, May 15, 2023. Whereas in 1962, President John F. Kennedy proclaimed May 15 as National Peace Officers Memorial Day and the calendar week in which May 15 falls as National Police Week. As established by a joint resolution with Congress in 1962, National Police Week pays special recognition to those law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty for the safety and protection of others. Whereas peace officers make it possible for us to leave our homes and family in safety each day and to return to our homes knowing that we are protected by men and women willing to sacrifice their lives if necessary to guard our loved ones' property and government against all who would violate the law. Whereas there are approximately 900,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including the dedicated members of the Village of Biscayne Park. And whereas, while safeguarding the life and property of our citizens, Chief Luis Cabrera and the men and women of the department unceasingly provide vital public service. And whereas the Congress of the United States of America has designated the week of May 14th through May 20th, 2023 to be dedicated as National Police Week and May 15th to be Peace Officers Memorial Day. Now, therefore, be it resolved I, Jonathan E. Groth, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, on behalf of the Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, hereby proclaim the week of May 14, 2023 to May 20th, 2023, the Police Week in the Village of Biscayne Park, and to also recognize National Peace Officers Day on May 15, 2023, and call upon our citizens to show our sincere appreciation for the police officers of this city by deed, remark, and attitude. Thank you, Chief, and to all of our officers here in Biscayne Park.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, having completed section or our presentations and proclamations in section 5, we will move on to item 6, which is our public comment. Are there any public comments here in the log cabin that'd like to get us started?
Please remember to state your name and address for the record.
My name is Mike Simpson. My home address is 925 West 47th Court, Miami Beach. So I am from E-Waste Collections. I started a small recycling company back right when the pandemic started. My main business took a sort of turn during the pandemic, was shut down. So kind of with the spare time that I had and having 2 young boys in the house, trying to occupy my mind and their minds, we came up with a little recycling business after a little experience we had witnessing some electronics, large amount of electronics being disposed of. So it put us in the curiosity mode. And for the last few years, we've been trying to put together sort of the connection between the residents, the smaller businesses, and the bigger guys of electronics, finding a way of providing an easy way to sort of dispose of electronics. The main purpose is keeping them out of the landfills. And also, if you follow a little deeper, all about the precious metals and different things that, you know, we are turning towards as the world moves more towards technology. If you were at the Earth Day the other day, we had a little booth. Typically what we provide is different types of bins, different accessible places to residents, businesses, gatherings, different social events, just to make it easy. What we do with the items that we receive is some of it is processed, some for the precious metals internally, some of the larger stuff, other items are processed to larger companies. But in return, our main goal is getting out of the landfill and finding a sort of repurpose for electronics in today's world, which is sort of growing. Great. So we're here to help. If it's the voice that wants to keep some bins nearby for the residents, you know, we're here to help with that.
Thank you.
Feel free to just come up to the microphone. Yeah.
My name is Karen Bruce. I live at 11305 Northeast 10th Avenue. My house sits on the corner of Northeast 10th Avenue and 114th Street. We as a park, I think, really need to start doing something that was in effect when I moved here in 1983. And that was that cats, dogs cannot be fed outside. Right now in my neighborhood, there's at least 3, I think, family of raccoons who are being fed by the neighbors that we have because they think it's cute and it's wonderful. And they see the little baby raccoons and they think this is all great and everything, but it's really not. They're doing this while they're feeding stray cats. And we always have an influx of stray cats sometime during the year because someplace in the state of Florida thinks that this is a dumping ground for stray cats. So we have this huge, huge problem. My neighbors have been caring for a family of raccoons. It borders one of my fence lines, and we have 2 dogs. There's a raccoon in the backyard someday because one of those raccoons gets through the gate. Somebody's going to get hurt, and I'm sure it's going to be my dogs before it's a raccoon. There's little kids that play outside. They run up and down the street. Raccoons are walking up and down the street because they're looking for the next best place to eat. I have talked to my neighbors, and of course they don't like me, but that's not, I don't care about that so much. But now I've discovered that the people that you would normally see feeding their cats like out on the front porch, now they're doing it behind their house. I know that this is probably a problem that we can't resolve automatically, but something has to be done because it's really, really, really a problem.
Thank you.
That better? Yeah. Okay. Good evening. My name is Martha Kordiak Mert, 849 Northeast 117th Street. I'm a member of the Arts and Culture Advisory Board at Biscayne Park. And first of all, I want to say thanks to the commission overall for your support of all of the events and activities that we've been doing. And also I want to say thank you to individual commissioners for your support that you've shown through attending our events, volunteering, making donations. It really means a lot. We've had 3 events this year, 2 at the rec center, the Jam in the Park for kids and the Jazz in the Park. Both were, in my opinion, great events, but also we got great feedback from the community and everyone we spoke to. So we're really excited about that. But through that experience, we saw an opportunity that I think would not only help future events, but could really help the village in terms of offering more for residents. And that is to have a permanent stage with cover built at the rec center outside. Right now, it's a process. Isa sets up and his folks set up a stage and then we try to tent it if we can. We have a very flimsy tent that is difficult to put together, almost flew off with the wind. We live in Florida, and what I've learned is if we're having an event, it will rain at some point during that event. Performers and musicians can't really be up there, under the rain. Their instruments get ruined, et cetera. So, we've had to take little breaks because even though maybe the rain is light enough for people to hang around and stay out, it just doesn't work for the performers up on the stage. We do a lot of events, not only through the Arts Board, but other groups here in Biscayne Park that have performances. So not only could this be used in these existing events, but I think it would also provide a really exciting opportunity to expand programming. I think if we had something like this at the rec center, I could imagine us doing more little programs for kids throughout the year, puppet shows or different kinds of performances that could take place on a stage. I don't know, maybe the rec center staff could build programming in for the kids and the after school programs, et cetera. So there are different ways that I think, a stage could be utilized and would just be a really big plus for the village overall. So thank you. Oh, I want to mention too that I have mentioned this to Mac when he was at Jazz in the Park, and we also talked to Jorge from the foundation. So I've also trying to plant the seed with a few different people and getting positive feedback on the idea.
Thank you, Martha. Could you repeat your last name for me?
Hello, Dan Keys. Just want to make a comment about my disappointment with the work that I assume that our new landscape contractor performed in the village, some of it anyway, particularly with regard to how some of the native landscaping that's installed was trimmed. These landscapes were particularly designed to basically not need trimming. And, you know, they've been set back another 6 months to a year at this point. Basically, you don't manage native landscapes with a hedge trimmer. I'm really actually far from convinced that a contractor is needed. We have one more employee than we had 5 years ago, 6 years ago, when we were maintaining these landscapes with village staff. And I really think that there's a lack of management of that group over there. Worked with them many times. I know that they can do the job well, but I have a feeling they're just not they're not managed by somebody who knows what they're doing. To tell you the truth, in the Public Works Department. You know, I offered my assistance to the manager prior to the landscape contractor going out, and wasn't afforded that opportunity to impart the design concept behind the native landscapes in the village. And I'm kind of disappointed in that. This calls up a question that's been long on the agenda here in the village. The Parks and Parkways Board for 10 to 15 years has periodically made recommendations when a public works director came up for hire or a new manager came up for hire, that some expertise be involved with their backgrounds. And as yet, that hasn't been done. And I urge you to seriously consider this as part of the qualifications of any new manager that you hire, and that you impress upon that person to consider the wonderful asset that we have in the landscapes of our village. And the valuable landscape that we have, and that being a very big portion of the quality of life we have in the village. I do want to say, Mr. Manager, I appreciate the work that you've done for the village. It's been a lot of progress in this community, and I'm disappointed that we couldn't get together on some of these landscape issues. But honestly, I do want to thank you for the hard work that you put in, and I wish you well in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jasmine Preston O'Neill. I live at 11709 Northeast 8th Avenue. It's on the corner of 117th and 8th. And I'm here in support of agenda item 12C, which is the outdoor cats. And I wanted to speak for the first time. My husband has been here before, and he and I kind of have different perspectives on this. He's pretty incensed that his car gets scratched by the cats. My car has been scratched by the cats. I don't really care so much about that. What I do care about is my inability to use my backyard with my children due to the cats. So I love Biscayne Park. I've been here for 10 years. I have historical context. I have historical knowledge. The cat problem on my street has never been an issue like it has been in the last year and a half. Those of you that have lived in Biscayne Park for a long time may remember a neighbor, I don't want to drop any names, but a neighbor that has lived for a long time was probably the cat lady of, that area. At the time that she fed the cats, for whatever reason, all of the cats were contained at her house. When she moved, other neighbors with good intentions took over feeding the cats. So our house is directly in between two cat colonies. For whatever reason, the cats like our house. They like to kill animals in our yard. They like to poop in our yard. They like to cough up hairballs in our yard. They like to scratch the items in our yard. We installed a basketball hoop for my son. The base of it is scratched. Told you about my husband already. I don't care about my car so much. It's a mom car, not fancy, right? But the problem that I'm having is we love this neighborhood. We want to stay in the neighborhood. We have tried less severe options, including 2 a.m. Google searches of how I can get coyote urine and spray it around my yard. I currently have spikes on my fence and on my couch cushions because I can't use them. They're covered in cat hair. And I would just add 3 out of the 4 people in my house are allergic to cats. I want to be very clear. We are not anti-cats. I have no desire to harm the cats. I don't even really mind them to an extent, but we've kind of hit a tipping point where I can't use my yard. And so I'm pleading as a mother. We just passed this beautiful Mother's Day proclamation, so I'm going to ride on that, right? But as a mother, I can't use my yard. We want to build an outdoor structure at Biscayne Park, which I think is fantastic, right? This is a neighborhood for kids. We're neighbors. We communicate with each other. We have good relationships. But when I ask my neighbors, hey, can you just move the bowls to the back of the house because your cats are coming through my yard? No, we're not going to let the cats starve. Well, the cats aren't starving. I know they're not starving because I see them killing animals and eating them in my yard. They then tell me, oh, well, Linda had, our unnamed neighbor had 20 cats. That's a lie. She did not have 20 cats. But even if she did have 20 cats, they do not cause the damage that the cats nearby are causing. So we have tried to be diplomatic. We've tried to be neighborly. We've begged, we've pleaded, and I'm really coming to the commission to beg and plead and say, we really need help. I don't take this lightly. I appreciate you guys for giving this to consideration. I know it's very easy to just say, well, this isn't a big deal and to dismiss it, but it's a big deal for us. My son plays baseball. When him and my husband play baseball in the backyard, the balls roll into cat poop. We cannot have friends over because the backyard smells. To piggyback on what another neighbor had said about the raccoons have kind of always passed through, have never been a problem. But now because the bowls are open and they sit there for, I don't know how long, the raccoons come through our yard, and it's not just that they pass through, they leave their droppings. And I don't know if anybody has Googled raccoon droppings recently, because I really was like, what the heck? Like, is a human being coming in here and pooping in our yard in the middle of the night? They are large, large droppings. And Google will tell you the way that you can tell that they're raccoon droppings as opposed to other animals or humans is because usually there's berries or seeds in the droppings. So I'm well-versed in raccoon poop at this point, okay? So not to belabor the point, but neighbors had said, well, why don't you get a dog? Okay, we got a dog, but I can't let my dog out into the backyard because right now she's a puppy and I can't run the risk of her getting into something in the backyard. So I want you guys to just know that we are really trying. I'm trying to be neighborly. I do not want to file a lawsuit or an injunction against my neighbors because I have videos of their cats causing damage. I will if necessary, but I don't want to have to resort to that because I try to be a good neighbor. And I'm hoping that in return, that good neighborly behavior is reciprocated. And unfortunately, it's not. So on behalf of, I guess other people who were dealing with this issue, I really am asking and begging for some help and for some solutions. So thank you.
Stephen Bruce, 11305 Northeast 10th Avenue. I just wanted to add, Biscayne Park is a bird sanctuary, and we have several bird feeders and love watching all the different types of birds that come into our yard. Unfortunately, the stray cats that are being fed by our neighbors are constantly waiting around trying to kill the birds. And that's just another reason why I wish that they weren't. Thank you.
Seeing no further comment, public comment here in the cabin. Do we have any on Zoom, Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir. First up, I have Janie Anderson.
Thank you, Janie Anderson, 11th Place and 119th Street. Regarding the village manager search, we will always and forever be a stepping stone. So turnover is going to be a lot more frequent here than in bigger cities. But the possible problems that come with that turnover can be mitigated to a great extent if the commission moves forward with a sense of urgency and proceeds in a timely manner. Please don't make the mistake the 2020 commission made. Three of them insisted that even though they let the manager go in February, they could wait till after the November election to even get started on a search. Well, that would have put us well over a year with no actual manager, just two different interim managers and basically just treading water. Well, they finally gave in July and started, but that was already 5 months lost. Please don't put us through that again. We want to avoid regressing. Now, onto the cat situation. I think the language that the attorney forwarded to you all for consideration is really good. As I've said before, I think you also have to consider putting an end to open feeding. You know, there's no doubt you have to try something. If the first something doesn't work, you try another, because to do nothing obviously is not an option, but it will be a difficult path because the code officer is going to have to view the infraction, that's as it should be. You don't want people cited and fined based on what could be a neighbor grudge situation. The other issue is going to be finding ownership. That's not always going to be easy, but we won't know till we try. And that leads into my last point. What you do can't be predicated solely on the expectation that humans will fix their behavior. You got to get the cats fixed. It's a numbers game, and female unspayed cats can have as much as 4 litters a year, as many as 6 kittens in a litter. You fix one female, and it could be as much as a couple of dozen cats that then don't get born. I mean, I know the downside is, when they do TNRs, the cats are back on the streets. But over time, that together with don't make feeding so attractive and easy will start to cull down the population versus because we're South Florida, everybody thinks you can just dump your animals, especially if they're cats. Well, that's why we really need to copy what other communities have done, and that's many of them have successful TNR programs, or we'd all be in worse shape with the free roaming cats. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next I have Gage.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Apologies for not being there in person. We had a late meeting last night and I'm actually in the office getting a little work caught up. Last night's meeting, we did have I would like to encourage you to take a look at our agenda. We did have 8 new builds on the agenda. For one meeting, it was kind of amazing, the amount. I encourage you to take a look at the video and see, the different presentations. We also did work on the land development changes that were discussed at the last workshop. And we forwarded a memo to you this morning for your consideration. That will be on your agenda for next week's special workshop. I'll be there to present it to you, and hopefully we can move forward with this ordinance at some point. I do want to encourage moving on the manager. Mario, wish you all the best, and I'm sure I'll see you before you leave. But it does take some time to get it done, and we need to get it in place and get the ball rolling. So I'm glad you guys moved that to the top of the agenda tonight. My final thing is item number 13C. I was a little surprised to see about a metal roof issue. Not aware of any. We've had a code that's been in place for about 10 years now. It's been working fine. I don't recall any issues with the ordinance until recently, when unfortunately there was a resident that put a roof on not per the agreed upon permit, and unfortunately I believe has been contacting all the commissioners. So I hope we're not going down the path of changing a code just because one person did not follow it. It's been a very good code. It was worked out by a committee. I was on that committee. We took over a year to build it. There are reasons why we have the language that we did. We met with architects. We met with all types of different industries to craft this code. And like I said, this code has been working very well for the last 10 plus years that it's been in effect. So I won't be able to be there for tonight's discussion later on if you get to it. but I hope that, we'll take in consideration. And I encourage Commissioner Gonzalez to give me a call, and I would gladly review with him the reasons why we have the rules that we do. And, hopefully answer any questions that he might have. Thank you, and good luck tonight.
Gage, can you please state your full name and address for the record?
My apologies. Gage Hartung, 1029 Northeast 114th Street.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, I have Bob Anderson.
Yes, Bob Anderson, 119th Street and 11th Place on the corner. And one of the things, this has to do with 13A. And we have a lot of contracts in the works that the manager oversees, plus grants that are also in the works. We're getting a new phone system, health insurance contract, and so many other things. I suggest asking our accounting firm to temporarily step in to oversee these projects and new projects while we're still working on getting a manager in here. I was involved in the hiring of all the previous managers except for the last 3. And I can tell you, it takes many, many months to be able to hire a manager. And you don't want to go down the road that we went before, where Mario walked into a financial mess because the previous commission decided to go ahead. It was nothing urgent, and everything was going along fine. Because they were not that involved with actually the running of the city and to understand what was going on. Let's not go down the same route that we went before. On 13C, with the metal roofs, Biscayne Park's houses were designed for either tile or shingles. The whole design of the structures were for either one of those, not for standing seam metal roofs. I can understand having standing seam metal roofs, and that's why you have to have the overhang. So it will somewhat blend in and look proper for our community. 13D on the technology stuff. I think it's a great idea. Not having all of that stuff to go into a landfill that will be leaching all kinds of different chemicals and stuff into the soil that who knows where else it leaches. So I think those two you need to really look at. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If there's anybody else on Zoom that would like to make a comment, please hit the raise hand icon on the bottom of the toolbar. It is typically found next to the share screen. Mr. Mayor, I see no other comments.
Thank you. It's my understanding we have an email submission. Madam Clerk, if you would please read it to the record for us.
Sure. Karen Cohen, 11323 Northeast 8th Avenue. I do think, I do think we should apply the same rules to cats that we apply to dogs. And I would be in favor of trying to end open feeding of cats. I think the biggest issue with our cat population is bird predation. It's hard to call ourselves a bird sanctuary without taking steps to decrease the number of loose cats in Biscayne Park. According to the Audubon Society, house cats kill between 1.3 billion and 4 billion, not million, but billion birds every year in the United States. It's time we tackle this issue. Thank you all for the work that you do for our village.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Having no additional public comment at this time, we'll move on to our item 7. If there is any commission reply to comments, we'll take those now.
2 real quick things. First of all, thank you everyone for attending and always coming on our work. It helps me do better work when you guys show up and talk to us. But 2 people specifically. Mike, are you going to be able to stay and answer questions? If anyone has questions, wonderful. Thank you for that. And Jasmine, a little bit of personal advice, don't let your dog near the cat poop. It will make your dog, no, seriously, it's not funny. It could kill your dog, especially a puppy. It's a very dangerous thing to have dogs eating cat poop. So, and I've gone through it and I've had some very sick animals from it. So it's very serious.
Is there any other commission reply at this time?
Mr. Mayor, if there's nothing else from the commission, I'd just like to state my apologies to Mr. Dan Keys. I did ask Issa to reach out to him, but there was a miscommunication between me and Issa. And so I didn't properly give him the proper direction. So I do apologize, Mr. Keys, for that. And I believe he's already spoken to you or has reached out to you to try to re-coordinate that. So just wanted to state that.
Thank you. No additional commission reply at this time. I'd just like.
I just have, I had asked Mario, are we got the South, are the people here for the trees, the tree people? That's
I don't see them on right now. I do know that he is at a graduation, and so he's gonna try to get in, and I'll text him as we get a little bit closer to the item. But if not, he did say that he'll try to make himself available for the June 6th meeting at the very latest.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, thank you to everyone for attending and for offering their public comment. We will go ahead and move on to our section 8, which is our reports. First up is village boards. Do we have any village board reports this evening? Okay. Not seeing any. Let's move on to our second section, village commission. Do we have any reports from the commission this evening?
Mine is very short.
Go ahead.
if you don't mind.
Sure.
I just wanted to congratulate the foundation for an amazing event during Earth Day. There was a tremendous amount of people. Definitely an opportunity for me to meet a lot of residents that I hadn't met before. So I appreciate those occasions. I wanted to highlight also the opportunity to reach me via email or my cell phone number. It's easier by email, which is public in the website. And, after I engage with email, I usually just pass along my cell phone as well. But again, congrats. It was a wonderful event. Lots of vendors that I had not seen before as well. And so congrats on that and thank you. And then I had one more thing. And then I had the chance to meet with the last department. I've been doing this since being elected. I'm meeting with the different departments and getting to hear it inside out on what the issues might be, meeting everybody. And my last meeting was with Ms. Shante, which I appreciate your time and your insights. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have any other reports?
Okay, I have a bit of a list, but they're bullet points and I'll make them really fast. In no particular order of importance. Jonathan, are you going to be giving us any kind of an update on the FAA? This is a question for you.
So that's actually on my list and I can
Awesome.
give you, I can very quickly address it. I've been in touch with the commissioner in North Bay Village that's supposed to be writing it. I've been told that I'm going to receive a draft. I asked her, I said, you can just give it to me. I'll just do it if we're not making any progress. I believe she emailed me this morning. So if she's not finishing it, I'm just going to take it.
I got a call the other day from a resident who was in her backyard and said, the pool's open for the summer because they don't have an unheated pool. And unfortunately, with all the airplanes flying over our backyard, it's pretty miserable back here. And I'm like, we're working on it. We have not given up on that. I explained to her that you're leaning in on that. So
yes,
thank you for a quick update.
Sure.
Okay, Jenny Anderson brought up something important regarding the cat issue, and that is a TNR event. Issa, am I stealing your thunder here? Were you planning to report on this tonight? No. Okay, so I mentioned to you guys before that I was in communication with a local cat rescue organization run by someone who lives here in the village. And we had a really productive meeting. I introduced her to Mario. And then Mario facilitated a meeting with ISA. So I attended a meeting earlier this week that ISA had with this volunteer. And they are working on organizing a sounds like a 2-day trial TNR event. 1 day would be for the organization's cats that they gather themselves, that they then ship off to New England. Remember, I told you guys about that? Yeah, and then the second day would be for village residents and people from surrounding communities to have their cats spayed, neutered, dewormed, vaccinations, kind of the whole shooting match, bring them all in at one time. Village residents would get a preferred rate, which would be much less than what it would cost to get your cat worked on, spayed, neutered at the vet. So something is in the works, and I have a cat item coming up later, and I want everyone to hear that I do understand that that needs to be part of a sort of an all of the above strategy. And I'm working on it with this resident who is very passionate about her cat work, and we don't necessarily have views that are that are identical in every aspect, but on that we agree, and we had a really nice productive meeting with ISA, didn't we? So and ISA, you were great. Thank you very much. It sounds like he's going to be able to make his facility work out for that event. And we'll be reporting more on that. The code report in your report, Mario, and I know this is kind of a moot point at this point for you, but I would like to see that code report fleshed out a bit more. We see numbers sort of like how many violations, how many citations, how many complied, but I'm not seeing what kinds of things are being cited. And I don't know if that can also be provided, if it can be spit out in any more detail. But I'd like to see what kind of citations is it? Are we now seeing driveway citations because that time has expired? I saw some notes at the bottom that short-term rentals are certainly being addressed, and that was really nice to see because those complaints aren't stopping. But some detail there I think would be great. Mario, I don't want to steal your thunder. On your report, are you going to be mentioning the trash can sticker program at all? You are. Okay, cool. I'll let you do that. So as I was getting ready this weekend for the weekends before these meetings, I do a lot of reading, and it's always a fun weekend. And it occurred to me, guys, that next month we are 25% through the term of this commission. So some of us are elected for 4 years, some are elected for 2 years, but every commission is a 2-year commission. So this group of 5 serves for 2 years together, and then it will maybe change. But this is a 2-year commission, and next month we are 25% through our term as commissioners together. And it kind of made me sit up and go, whoa, did we accomplish 25% of what we want to accomplish? Not in my head, but it just kind of like, I thought I'd share that with you. I was like, okay, there's a measure. We're 25% of the way through. And now, of course, we find ourselves with something that may set us back a little bit. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there to you guys, if that had not occurred to you. We're going to pass a bunch of items on consent tonight. And I always hate passing over board volunteers when we do that. So I just want to make a call out to George Marinoni, who will be reappointed on consent to the foundation. George has been on that board for 9 years, and he served as president for a number of those years. And he is just a tireless worker on that foundation, and he's a real gem there. So I want to say thank you to George. And I also want to say thanks to Ed Leva. He renewed his volunteer position on the Planning and Design Review Board. We've all gotten to experience working with Ed a lot recently because of the land development code item and all the work that he put into our last meeting, and he'll be here again next week. And he has really proven himself to be invaluable on that board and in the extra things that we keep throwing at them. So I just want to thank Ed publicly for his work. And as a reminder to everyone, I hold weekly office hours for residents every Saturday, 12 noon at the rec center. You can email me and tell me what you want to talk about, or you can just show up. It's kind of fun when people show up because I'm like, uh-oh, what are they coming in with? But every Saturday, 12 noon, I'm usually there till about 1:30, 1:45-ish. Stop by and we can talk. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. If there are no others, I did have one additional thing that I wanted to share in addition to the FAA update. The manager and I attended and met with the Miami-Dade County Department of Transportation and Public Works on a presentation with respect to the Northeast Corridor Rapid Transit implementation. And we received a slide deck from them, I think just today. So we can kick that around and share it because it had some really interesting information about the train system that's going to be going on, being implemented up here and all throughout the county. Some of the kind of highlights and I'll save, this is really just kind of a recitation of the slides that they provided, but there are stations for a commuter train that have already been approved and are moving forward in Wynwood Design District, Little Haiti, North Miami here in the FIU North Campus. And I think they said that they were on track to start running those by 2027. So the important parts, what we talked about, environmental impact, noise impact, kind of summarily, we were told that neither of those studies showed any uptick or any impact on local municipalities. Again, that was kind of summarily, so we just kind of have to accept that without, and then dive into it a little bit later, I think. But remember, this commuter train is working on that already established corridor, not laying any new track. The biggest one is the traffic study. They're in the middle of the traffic study right now. They don't have the results yet, but we did ask them to try and ensure or include in that study what the impact on Biscayne Park would be. So they seemed receptive to that. I think a lot like the developer that we met with for that housing condominium that's going over here. Well, it doesn't show any adverse impact. It's within, within acceptable levels. So,
But if it does, you can handle it.
well, yeah, of course. So I'd be interested to hear more from this group when they get the updates on the traffic study. I think that will be important for us to pay attention to, and I know that we will share that slide deck. Manager, I'm sure we'll shoot around to everyone. It's really interesting to see what they're doing with it.
Can I mention something to you, Jonathan, since you brought up the developments over there and you and Mario met with the developer and then that led to the traffic study. So thank you for getting us included in that to whatever degree they did it. There was an article, I don't want to misquote, but I think it was in the South Florida Business Journal. Janie Anderson forwarded it to me. I sent it to Mario. If you want to share it with everyone, you're free to. And it sounded like, since you guys may have met with that group, that they are now changing the project already and eliminating the commercial and retail space and adding and turning it all into residential space, which will significantly increase the number of living units, cars. And they're already working on the second phase, which is just slightly north and will, I think, be bigger than the initial project. So I sent that to you, didn't I, Mario? I believe I did. I think it was over the weekend. It was in a flurry of emails. So I'll send it again to Shantae. Shantae, and you could forward it to the commissioners. I'd appreciate it. But this development around, yes, yeah. So the development around us is just kind of at a crazy pace, and now things are getting bigger and more things are popping up, and this is going to be something we have to get really serious about what our involvement is going to be and how we're going to kind of protect ourselves. But I just wanted to mention that to you. I think it sounds like it changed since you guys met with them.
I know that we had discussed an update in the study that we were supposed to receive from them. We haven't spoken with the attorney or the attorney that represents the developer, so it would be a good time to reach out and try and meet again. But it might also be worth discussing what was discussed during this meeting was if there was a realization of an increase in traffic effect on our communities, if the county would be willing to put in mitigation measures such as speed bumps and the like. So speed humps, sorry, speed. So Mario kind of broached that issue with them to say, when we talk about an increase in traffic in Biscayne Park, if there are measures that the county can take to help mitigate that, we'd like them to consider it. So kind of planting the idea now, which is at least a little proactive, which is good. All right, so having concluded with the commission reports, I'd like to move on to our village attorney.
I'm happy to report I have no report.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. So let's please move on to 8B. Mr. Manager, your report, please.
Sure. Apart from what you already have, just three quick items. One, as Commissioner Kennedy mentioned, the idea of putting in a sticker that will address a little bit of the code issues that we have with leaving cans and so forth. So I'm working with the with our contractor so that that is a cost. Excuse me, that is a cost that they're gonna bear for us and all. It's just a standard sticker with a QR code, and it has just a little bit of information just to kind of put up there and catch everyone's attention so that we can draw information, draw their eyes to that. Second, you may have noticed, or maybe not, on Sixth Avenue, although we didn't get notification, DOT has had their contractor come out and paint the speed limit on the entrance on both sides of Northeast Sixth Avenue. So over by 113th Street, as you're traveling northbound, you'll see, I think they painted like 2 or 3 times, one by 115th and I think 116th again or something like that, where it shows 30 miles an hour, and then on heading southbound closer by 121st Street heading southbound. So we're now waiting for the speed radar signs to be implemented as well as trying to see if there's any potential in the future for some type of roundabout or other options around 121st Street. And then lastly, Mayor, I was just informed late yesterday that our lobbyist, David Caserta, was able to ensure that our request for $100,000 from the state appropriations is in the budget, and it will be passing the House and the Senate side. This is to initiate the third phase of the storm drain project for design only. And so this obviously would have a match for us as well. So it's in the budget. Great news. Now we got to see if it's going to survive the governor vetoes when they start doing the budget. If the governor does not veto it, then that's an additional 100,000. That will be 450 from state appropriations alone towards the storm drain project over the last 2 years, which is really great. I don't really remember the state issuing design funds for this type of project before. So I think it's really good, and it talks about the work that David's been trying to push for us as a village. So but it's got to survive veto. That's the hard part. Yep, that's the hard part. So
Question for you on that.
yes, sir.
We have a timeline for which we expect it to cross
The final.
governor's desk.
Yeah. So it'll be part of the overall state budget. And so he has until July 1st to implement, to sign off on the budget. So we're basically on pins and needles until he either signs everything off and says, this is it. The last couple of years, it's gone all the way down to the wire, and we really don't know until like July 1st whether we survive or not.
Is there anything that we can do as a commission to support David's efforts in trying to make sure that
No.
it doesn't get vetoed?
No, at this point, no. We've already
Yeah. Say a letter in support or communication.
No,
or something, but
I would advise that we try to go as far under the radar as possible, since our district is, and Miami-Dade County in itself is much more blue than red, and he's running for his political aspirations. And so if we're under the radar, we'll be reaching out to staffers to let them know how important the project is. And so that's the method we used last year, and it was very successful. So we're hoping that's going to continue this time around. But I think last year there was a little bit more oomph when you're talking about $350,000, and there's another match, and we're ready to go with a shovel-ready project. This is not a shovel-ready project. This is just design. So, you know, we're going uphill against it, where last time it was kind of like an easy win to have. So we'll see how this kind of plays out, but I feel pretty positive about it.
Mario, if the design were to happen, how long are those designs valid that we could use them in the future if we didn't have the money to start the project?
For the most part, it's just taking a look, and within this project, the designs will still be valid. What you would have to double check is that the soil is still the same, that the underwater table is still the same, right? And it's not changing dramatically or anything like that. I mean, I can't imagine that it can't be any more dramatic. Water tables between 2 and 4 feet below surface level, which means, you know, especially now during the rainy season, it's really going to um, closer to that 2 foot range. So as soon as you start digging about 2 feet down, you're going to start hitting water. So even the system that we installed, which did, in my opinion, really, really well this past few weeks ago. Last year, we were spending about 20-something thousand dollars trying to pump, and it didn't do that big of a dent. So, yeah. So I think we did really, really well. But as we enter that rainy season, those pipes are already underwater. You know, so and the inlets are already going to have water inside of them, pretty high up as well. So the designs themselves will still remain valid because it's pipe and an inlet and you put it in the ground. It's pretty basic. They just have to verify some of that engineering calculation to make sure it's still going to work under the conditions that existing when you're going to construction.
Can I ask can I ask a question?
Of course.
Manager? That next phase of design is, I know it's hard to get into the explanation, but the really high version, just because I know we did these 6 areas, what is this design specifically, the next phase?
So the next phase is we're going to be using the ARPA funds, which is the American Recovery. I forgot what it stands for, but it's federal funds that we received. We got about $1.5 million for design, permitting, and construction. Our current project was about just shy. Well, if you add about 1.1, if you add the total cost that we did for it. So we're looking at the locations will go from 115th Street from 7th Avenue all the way over to 9th Avenue. Then there's on 9th Avenue to 10th Avenue, there's already existing. So then I believe there's a couple other streets that will go like 10th Avenue going south down to 113th, and there's a couple other locations. If you give me a minute, I'd be able to locate it. But we're starting to go
East, I thought, to hit the. This next phase, in other words, isn't it west to east to connect as a connector?
So the main part will be 115th Street to continue that way. Again, this connects all that. So we're adding more capacity to the areas. The way that these work is as long as there's capacity in the pipe, because it's water, it just starts filling up. So there's more room for that water to be underground as opposed to above ground. And so, yes, there is that connection. There are other connections. I think one of the other connections is down on 108th Street between 9th and 10th Avenue. And there's a jog. I want to say it's one. I'm sorry, my mind is blank right now, but I'm also trying to open up because I just did a map on this as we're trying to get with one of the new contractors. Okay, here we go. 115th will essentially at this point be, once that phase is completed, would be connected from 6th Avenue to 10th Avenue, right? And then there's already from 9th to 10th, then it will go, 115th on 11th Place down to 114th, cross down 114th, come down 10th Avenue to connect to 113th Street. And then there's that area down on 108th Street between 9th and 10th Ave.
I recall reading about the, west to east to connect with
Right.
a major, I don't recall the language, but
It's still a French drain system, but yeah,
it'll get us more drainage.
correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
May I ask you a couple of quick questions, Mario? On your report, where are my notes here? I'm sorry. On your report, there are quite a few grants that the grant writer is working on. Can you, two-part question, can you kind of discuss how you are having them be prioritized? It sounds like they have quite a few going on at one time. And specifically regarding the traffic I'm gonna call it a traffic study, because you're gonna yell at me, because I know it's not what it's called, but I forget what it's called already.
No problem.
But regarding the traffic study, that was an actual budgeted item, and then we allowed that money to be deferred to another item throughout the year, because you said CITT would allow us to use funds for that. So can you explain sort of the priority of the grants in your mind, because there's a lot there, and CITT, how that will overlap with the grant, if we're to get the grant for the traffic study, because that's really something I want to make sure we get done.
So, all the grants that we've talked about have been essentially priorities and everything that we have been trying to pursue. And so we continue to kind of move forward with that. One of the grants, for example, is here in the log cabin. We have some damage in the roof that we're going to have to start repairing very shortly, just because the wood tiles are warping and so forth like that. And so there is a organization that is able to, so we're moving that term, and the priority really becomes then when the grants are due, when those applications are
A
due.
lot of them seem to be due in June.
Right, at the end of June or August or in the summertime, it looks like that's where there's a lot. So that's how we're working. With regard to the traffic calming study, you're correct and you're kind of off a little bit. So what we have in our budget is just for the data collection, and that's it. And that's basically not the study, right? What we're trying to go after is that DOT opened up a opportunity for safer streets grant.
Oh,
So they would be able to do we'd be able to get a grant to help pay for the entire traffic study after the data collection to it. So that's what we're trying to go after, apart from just the transit service of Freebie, which is now due at the end of the week.
Okay, so we're still planning to use CITT money for the
Traffic calming, correct.
And then this grant would be for the bigger part of it, really.
Yes,
The meaty part.
which is what we always said we'd be
It was
looking
a
for.
question mark in our mind. We
Yeah.
budgeted for the first step, thinking,
Correct.
well, then we'll figure it out.
Correct.
Okay.
So that's what we're hoping for with the other DOT grant is finding a way to fund anywhere between $100,000 to $300,000 study.
And when might we have, when might we have an answer on that one?
I don't know. I'd have
Deadline
to double check what the deadline is for that one. And then from there, DOT is notorious in taking their time. They'll wait until after the governor signs the budget and then they'll go through. So the village might not hear anything until August or later.
We might hear in time for us to plan for our fiscal 24 budget.
I would not hold my breath,
We might.
but we might.
Okay.
I would still the way that DOT grants work,
Really optimistic.
yeah, it is. And that's what I like about you. But what DOT grants work is on a reimbursement. So we would have to budget it regardless. And then, so the recommendation, it would be for budget it. And then if you get the grant, great. If you don't, then you can probably say, you know what, let's hold off on that project and move that towards something else.
Okay, so the conversation at budget time might be, let's budget for it, hope for the best, plan to get reimbursed, and if it doesn't happen, just because it's in the budget doesn't mean we have to do it. We could then decide at a future date if we move forward or not, or how we move forward, or in pieces or whatever.
Correct.
That's awesome news. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. So having completed our report section, let's move on to section 9, our consent agenda, with a reminder that 9E is no longer part of it. So with our consent agenda, do we have a motion to approve in a second?
Motion to approve consent agenda.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Rivera. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so having passed those, let's move on to 9E, which is our resolution 2023-26 appointment of the Arts and Culture Advisory Board alternate.
Mayor, do you want me?
Yes, sorry, yes. Yes, please, Mr. Attorney, if you could.
Resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving the selection and appointment of members to the Arts and Culture Board, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Attorney. So Commissioner, if you'd like to just discuss, we can just discuss. We need a motion. I apologize. Okay, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Second? Okay.
I'm going to be a no, not because of anything about her. So much for work. So if you guys want to appoint this board, I look forward to meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do we have any other discussion on the item? Commissioner Rivera?
I wasn't recorded if it matters, sorry.
Same. I haven't spoken with her. I don't have a lot of information in the application, unfortunately. It's certainly more full than the last time we had a conversation similar to this one. So I do feel a little more comfortable, as well as there seems to be some history here of involvement with arts and cultural organizations, which I'm inclined to move towards a yes. So I'm open to the discussion.
And just so you're aware, I also reached out to some board members to see if maybe they knew her and had recruited her, and I could kind of use that to go by, and they don't know her either. But I am so happy to have any person want to be involved with the village for the first time. So I don't want this to sound negative in any way, but I just want to meet her. Or at least have a conversation with her on the phone, that's all.
Sure.
Same. I think I was hoping to meet her today. I thought maybe she was gonna come to the meeting, as sometimes it happens, and we have the chance to kind of ping pong questions and answers. So I'm all hoping that she does forward and we get the chance to meet.
Okay, so,
When I interview is the wrong word. When I meet these people, and I probably did with you, Jonathan, when I first met you. I always invite them to come to the commission meeting and say, please, if you haven't met them, please reach out to the other commissioners and come to the meeting and introduce yourself. And often they do. So is it possible for the village to reach out to her and say the commissioners would like to talk to you? I mean, because I did email her and text her and I didn't hear back. So I just feel bad.
I would take any feedback from anyone that has spoken with her directly. There's clerk by any chance?
Can we defer it? Okay. How do we do that? Do we?
I move to defer the item.
We have a.
Here we go.
motion on the floor.
Yeah.
Can we just amend the standing motion?
A motion to defer takes precedence over.
Okay, awesome.
Perfect.
There you go.
We have a motion to
second
defer.
that.
We have a second. Okay, so do we have a vote on the motion to defer then?
Aye.
Yes. Okay,
Aye.
we have majority on that. So we'll roll that item over. We'll try and get in touch with this person.
I'm going to email her.
With optimism. Right.
Okay, great. All right, so that takes care of 9E. Having no other ordinance or resolutions on our agenda for this meeting, let's move on to the items that have been moved up from new business to take precedent over old business. I think starting with 13D, which is the electronic recycling bin. Since we have Mike here present, I think he can speak to it. Commissioner Kennedy, if you would please introduce the item for us.
Here. Okay, so quick story. I went to the Earth Day event, which was fabulous. Martha's oh, it was a foundation event. Anyone from the foundation here? Great event. And I took some electronic stuff to be recycled, and a neighbor asked me to come grab his stuff. So I went searching for the recycling bin for electronics and met Sheila Simpson with the organization. I did not understand kind of what it was about. Had a really nice conversation with her. Your wife is very nice, by the way, Mike. And she explained the organization. I didn't understand it's a for-profit company, E-Waste, this company that Sheila and Mike started. So she gave me the quick story, and I thought, wow, this is really cool. And I think this is something that the village would respond to favorably. And I took some literature from her, and then we had a couple of email exchanges, and then I decided I would bring it to you guys for discussion. I also put something on Nextdoor and said, if we had a permanent recycling bin for electronics, and I kind of explained what qualifies to be in there, would you take advantage? And it was a pretty enthusiastic response saying, yeah, of course we would. One person replied back and said, I've been driving around with a computer in the trunk of my car for a year trying to recycle it. I don't know where to take it. The long and short of it is that they're a company that collects these things in different ways, and they repurpose, recycle. She made it clear that they do not take anything and directly sell it like on eBay or anything like that, that they try to salvage things that are valuable to get them from going to the landfill. That if anything comes with a hard drive, Mike, you might want to step up to the podium in case anyone has any questions for you. That if anything comes with a hard drive, they take it to be shredded, because that would contain information that people should not leave in a computer or whatever kind of device it is. But they make sure that that's destroyed securely so the information is protected. It costs us nothing, and it makes us nothing. They make revenue from this, but we don't share in any of the revenue. It's just a service that we provide to the community. It's a big blue bin. It's about the size of our trash cans here. It's a sizable bin. It's dark blue. It's very nicely labeled what can and cannot go inside of it. And I'm going to guess you occasionally still find a cheeseburger wrapper in there, but it is really nicely labeled. And if we decide to do this, it's only going to work if we let the community know. So if you guys decide to do it and the staff needs help, I would be very happy to use their materials, write up the email blast and the Nextdoor post and send it to these guys for approval and kind of take it off their plate. That's it.
And Mayor, just for clarification, this, although I don't believe that they use this company, the foundation has had this type of service with another company as well that's for profit. So it's not like we're setting precedent or anything like that. With offering this is a type of service that's usually done. I didn't bring it on board simply because the foundation had a yearly event where they would leave it out for like a week or something, and the company would come pick it up. So I left it with the foundation, but many cities do this type of service for the residents on a regular basis.
Can I ask, do they keep it on inside? You know, would it go inside the rec center? I guess I'm just thinking about, thieves, frankly. Is it locked? Is there some sort of like where you can put in, but you can't take out, like those mailboxes or? Mhm.
Aisles. Yeah.
And I did see it and it's great. That is all that occurred to me was that perhaps inside is best, especially if someone drops their computer with a hard, I don't know.
We could try different things and see how it works. Inside, there's, Issa, would you have room for this inside? It's not a dirty, ugly thing. Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's exactly. Not going in the trash. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if someone found a chord that fit, yeah.
Yeah, have at it. I get that. I wonder if there's any sort of like, hey, erase your personal information. We're not liable for you, the education piece. Yeah.
That was gonna be my question. So it's data, the fact that someone can just maybe leave a computer. I mean, that's to the responsibility of whoever's dropping their old computer. Yeah. 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 Are not searchable? Yeah.
Could I just ask the attorney, the city attorney, if there's a liability on behalf of Biscayne Park with regard to what we need to maybe label or notice, whatever you put in here is,
I don't think there's any liability to the village. But what I want to do is to talk to Valerie to see if we need some sort of, an agreement, you know, of how this is going to work, just so that we are protected in the event that something goes wrong. So I'll talk to Val about it if you want us to proceed, and then we'll get back to the commission and talk to the manager as well.
Mike, do you have agreements with other municipalities?
Yeah.
It might be nice to hear from our village attorney if abandonment would
Yeah,
apply.
I think that's reasonable. Let's have Valerie come back to us in June and sort of tell us what kind of an agreement she thinks would.
Or if what Mike was saying, the issue of abandonment, if abandonment kind of prompts a need for an agreement. So yeah, certainly, I'd certainly like to hear from her. Otherwise, I think it's a fantastic program and project and something that we could definitely use. So I appreciate you spending some time with us.
Thank you
Mike.
for coming.
Thank you, Mike. So do we need a motion or anything, or is this kind of a consensus? Valerie will get back to us. Right.
Yeah, Valerie will come back.
Thank you for that, Ed.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy, for putting that on there. I think that's an excellent program. So be looking forward to hearing from Valerie on that. All right, so our next item. Yes, a good one. The manager discussion. So. I really don't have much of an introduction to this other than the fact that we need to talk about our options, I know that Mario sent around an email with some important information that we need to consider. I know that there was a job posting, the prior job posting that was shared with us, the language for which looked pretty applicable. I know there's some updated information that needs to be in there. But I think that the discussion is going to focus on our options for long-term replacement, where we're going to, how and where we're going to advertise those, where and how we're going to pull from a pool, and what the what I like to think about is kind of the safety net options and interim would be. So I will open it for open discussion amongst the board.
I think we can probably handle the the permanent process first, because I think it's gonna be a little bit easier than the interim thing. So why don't we discuss that first? Because that could be as easy as agreeing on an ad, and
Sure, so
changes need to be made, and we can sort of check that box pretty quickly, I think.
certainly. So as far as permanent replacement candidates go, I know Mario, you recommended or provided an email. The email that would provide, those were interim or those were permanent options?
interim.
Remind me, transition.
For the most part, it was transition.
So in that
Those
case,
people
let's
might
talk
turn
about,
out to be applicants. I mean, we don't know. Once
once we
job's posted,
put it up.
and
So the last time, didn't we hire a company that did a search for managers?
Yes and no, Commissioner Gonzalez. The company that was hired was to do the backgrounds, checks on the, I guess, the ones that you were going to, interview.
I think the ones, yeah, there was a certain point at which we said the ones that came back from the resident committee that we had done, that we're not obligated to do, but we can discuss that as well.
Right, and so she can definitely run the entire search if that's something that we wanted. I can give her a call and double check. They're like Miami Springs did a procurement and they're spending over $20,000 or $50,000 for the firm to do. She's relatively smaller, so she'd be able to probably come down under that, but well, obviously come down under that, but it really just depends on how you all would do it based on if you all like the language that's in the job description from the last one, which is applicable. I think the beginning part of it is updating where we are with regards to our budget and the millage and stuff like that, which Paul can kind of fill in those blanks. Then we would advertise that on ICMA, which is the main association for managers. We'll do the Florida chapter, we'll do the county chapter, which I'm a board member on. And we would also post it on governmentjobs.com, which is typically where a lot of municipalities and counties have HR software, and those HR softwares just push it onto that. We don't have that software, so we would just contact the website directly, and we've done that in the past with other positions. And so that's typically where you would see quite a bit. You could also put it in Indeed or LinkedIn or something like that. You would get flooded with people who don't really have relevant experience.
That don't have the relevant experience. Your mic.
Where did you see, how did you get to see us?
I received, this was back during COVID, and David Hernandez, who was the interim, was on a call with the Managers Association when we were all getting together. And he mentioned that he was going to be leaving. And so I just started paying attention, to see if it was something that I would want.
So I think to your point, I mean, it is within the circle that, people know people that move and so on. So I agree with you. Maybe going to Indeed is too broad, and then we would have hundreds, of people trying to reach out, and then that makes a job lengthy and getting costly in terms of times and staff's attention. So I think within the circles you mentioned, I wanted to ask if everybody agree with the job description. Are we okay? Are we moving forward as it is? Is there anything that needs to be changed? I find that it's absolutely perfect. It worked once, so let's.
It got us, Mario. That's
Right?
kind of the easy answer, right?
Right? So it didn't, it's.
It
like
does need some
something
updating. It
that's
needs some
broken.
tweaking and things, yeah.
But it's minor. I think at the end of the day, the core, we'll all agree.
But I'm completely comfortable even saying, guys, update it and get it up. I wouldn't even need to see it myself.
So that's what I was just gonna say is we can't have it updated and then come it back. It's got to be updated and just go out.
Update and post.
Yeah.
Update and
it's-
post.
And I think it seems like we're all in agreement that those, at least those two sources that Mario identified for us would be the two ideal places to begin with the job posting, see what kind of applicants we get from there and start to sort. But I think, at least in my own experience too, just kind of interpersonal relationships with these groups and with other county officials, with other managers from other municipalities, just I plan on speaking with them and just saying, look, we're looking. Who do you recommend? Because I trust a lot of the opinions of those individuals and personal recommendations. not to say that these job boards and these postings are bad places. I mean, they're good places too, but I put a lot of weight into personal recommendations.
Well, and those are the places where people in this field are going to look. So,
I just had a question. So in terms of salary, are we all in the same page? Are we making any tweaks in terms of what we think would provide us with the right candidate? Or are we just starting as it is and hoping for the best? Because it's clearly our biggest challenge.
Can I
and we
jump
have to-
ahead of you on that one, just because I think my question might be answered way more quickly than that one that you're on, which I'm also into. I'd like to know what's the cost associated with the government jobs board? I had no idea.
Be a couple $100.
Cool. And secondly, I did have a question about the process. Like, where do those job applications go? Do they come to the board to review individually? Do they come
had a
later?
process last time. I think we need to wrap up the conversation about what's going to be in it, and then we can talk about the process, because there is no set process that we're required to follow, correct, Ed?
see.
We determine the process. It's our hire, the five of us.
Yeah.
So we next determine the process, but let's
Okay.
get the
Cool.
let's
First
get
is-
Veronica's question answered first.
Yeah,
And
first the
then-
job posting, if we get that updated, I think we'll get those posted. I think each of us, I mean, I would love to have a copy of it. So if I speak with anyone, I can provide it to
Word it.
them,
Mhm.
which is
It'll
important.
be online as well. It's not.
Yeah, and then the second portion of that is salary. I personally, I've thought about it, I think a range, but we need to find out where the top end of that range really realistically can be.
That's right.
And that's all based on our budget. Here we are approaching the end of a budget year that ends on September 30th. We're going to start a budget process here soon. And look, Mario is the first manager who has made six figures here at Biscayne Park. And we took a couple of, for us, what were very significant leaps in pay. We also did some other things for Mario in terms of benefits and things. So we compensated him. We gave him raises, and we also gave him some other additional benefits. So look, here's, in my opinion, here's our reality. Based on our budget, Biscayne Park is always going to be a place where we're going to get a rising star. We hope we get the next rising star. I mean, Mario, we thought he was a rising star. Turned out he literally became a rising star. Maybe we did too good of a job. But we're going to be a place where an up and comer comes to earn his wings, his or her wings, so they can move on. And it's this kind of reality of life at the bottom end of the pile, because we can't really afford. And look, the other reality is if we gave Mario a huge raise, he would still be leaving to go to North Miami Beach, because we can't even touch what they give him plus all the benefits. So, Godspeed to him. So I don't feel inclined to increase the salary a whole lot, because I don't think it's necessarily gonna do a whole lot much more for us, other than obligate us to spend more money to get someone that we're gonna get anyway. I think we're always gonna get someone who's on their way up, someone who's retiring and looking for kind of their last stop out, and they're kind of like, winding down the career, or someone, quite frankly, who maybe isn't even quite that good, if they're willing to come here and take this kind of money. I feel like that's what we're always gonna get. So, and we want to hope we get the rising star, right? That's what we want to land next time. But who knows what we could end up? We might, last time we met some interesting people. As far as I was concerned, when we went, I'm the only one up here who went through the process. To me, Mario was like 5-star choice from the first day. And I was like, that's our guy. Let's get our guy. But I don't feel inclined to increase the salary. We've already increased the salary the past couple of years rather significantly for us. $5,000 is not a lot of money, I understand, but it was, it was like 7% of the salary increase. We gave him some big jumps. Mario, when we hired you, did we hire you at 86?
95.
95. So we gave you 5. And then the other benefits, we did some insurance things for you as well.
I agree with you in terms of, I think at the end of the day, to your point, Mario would have still left for a better salary. I mean,
Yeah.
this is a reality. We're at the bottom, at the bottom. I think things have changed in 2-3 years in terms of the market regardless, and inflation is pushing everybody to reconsider, and organizations are doing this, or salaries are being reviewed. So I think I also want to make it appealing enough. So we do get the right candidate once and we don't go through 6 months of someone that might not be fitting right. Because then we ended up hiring someone that really looks for the 6 figures instead of the quality of.
Oh, I wasn't suggesting dropping it back down to 95.
No, I know. I'm saying, I don't know that maybe we need to consider if we're, at 116, and that's even a smaller community than us. It has commercial involved. I mean, I think it's maybe a bigger scope to a certain extent and then smaller to others. But I want to give the impression that whoever comes next, and I don't know that the right answer to this is money. Again, I'm just brainstorming this out loud, but that this is a place to commit to, and we're willing to make the extra effort if we're able to attract maybe that top
Yeah.
percent that makes a difference.
No, you meant.
Well, I certainly like this retention bonus for staying on that I'm seeing in
Yeah.
some of these other benefit sections. If we can
So-
tie in an annual, whatever, I don't, obviously these are all
I saw that. That
monetary matters,
was
but
interesting.
the retention bonus, looks like there's an free loan, benefit here. There's, annual bonuses. So I think those are all things that maybe we can, somehow make a decision
Yeah.
here.
I think another thing to keep in mind, I'm sorry, is that people who do this for a living know how the process works. So they know we have a budget. When they apply, they're going to look at our budget. They know what we have. They will have listened to this meeting before they applied because nothing's secret here. So they know they can negotiate too. So they know, okay, that little village of the people that they're talking to, I'm their guy or gal. So I got this in the bag and they're going to negotiate with something. So we're not obligated to what was in there, are we, Ed? If we put a salary of $100,000 in there, we could negotiate with them and give them a raise, give them additional benefits, give them extra things. So, oh, did you negotiate with us? I can't remember.
You did.
Did you?
I did, and now with North Miami Beach, my salary is higher than their range.
So there you go. So that's what I'm saying is we don't necessarily have to, they're going to know all of
Not
this
about
and they
us,
know,
right?
yeah, they know our budget. They know we're coming up to a budget cycle that that if this happens during the summer, they can be talking to us during the budget cycle. And if we want them badly enough, we'll budget to get them. They know all of this and they'll come in and negotiate with us. And if they're smart, they'll do that.
Yeah.
If they're crafty, they'll do that. And we want a smart, crafty person negotiating on our behalf. And I remember saying that to Mario, actually, when we interviewed him, it was like, we need you to be, oh, that's right, Mario. Now I do remember because I said that to you. We need someone to negotiate for us like that. Yeah.
Commissioner Ross at the time even said when you all were voting, I didn't want to give you 95, but you kept at it. I hope you're going to negotiate like this for
Exactly.
us. And so I think that's, if someone's willing to do the job, they got to be able to show it from the beginning that they want it and what they're able to do. If they're not willing to advocate for themselves, why would they advocate for the village?
That's right. So I'm comfortable keeping it at 100. At least we broke the 6-figure mark. It's where he is now. And just, I'm fine with that because I know these people are coming in knowing they can ask for more. And maybe it will be money and maybe it will be benefits and maybe it will be additional time. It depends on what's important to them. They might be a family person who needs more vacation time. They need something else. So I'm cool with 100.
What about the rest of the benefits that we currently have?
The rest of the benefits.
So we have monthly expense account, car allowance. We would just keep everything as is?
For advertising purposes. And
I have a suggestion. My suggestion would be that you just advertise that the current manager is receiving a salary of $100,000 plus health insurance, retirement benefits, and what, you have a car allowance?
100.
And
And I'm-
leave it at that,
Leave it at
not
that.
put any numbers in there. And then once you decide who it is, somebody may come in. Remember, we did the deal for Mario because he wanted more health insurance.
Yes.
You got a single person, their health insurance may not be nearly as much as what you're
Right.
paying now, and they may want to just negotiate different numbers for those
So
different.
keep it vague.
Or they might be on their partner's health insurance.
That's right.
that Doesn't need
They
ours.
don't need it.
I think that's good advice.
I'd be very comfortable with that. I think that I think that we,
Regarding the car, that's not a car that the village owns? That's
It's a stipend that I
it's
get.
just a
correct.
allowance that goes. okay.
That was an option that was initially provided and it's something that you can offer as well. But I took the stipend instead of the car.
so same idea. Maybe that's rolled into a different part of the benefits if this person doesn't
It
need.
depends on what's important to that person, right?
I-
So are we saying we are in agreement maybe to move forward as it is?
I believe that's the consensus.
Yep. I think
Yep. So we'll do that update and we'll get it out tomorrow.
Yep. In my opinion, we're already a couple of weeks late, guys. That's why I called for that emergency meeting. 'Cause I wanted to have this conversation the next day and get it up. So we're already behind the eight ball a little bit.
So what would be the next process? So we post this tomorrow, right? Am I right? We can do it tomorrow?
I think we can.
And we would give it a traction of a couple weeks. When would we meet next to discuss whatever pool we've gotten? What would be the suggestion, Mark?
So we will kind of go through, if it's the will of the commission, we can have, internally, we can send you all of the resumes. I think you might all want to see all of them. Or if you want us to narrow it down for you, it's up to you what you all want to do. Typically commissions, they'd like to see everything. So that they can, because sometimes one person might think, oh, this isn't, that great of a candidate, but for you, it's like, I think this would be a great person. We can just package that on a weekly basis, every Friday, send you all a PDF, of it, or create a Dropbox where you can access them. So that you can access the information whenever you want to take a look at it. And then, typically, and this will be up to the board of what procedures you all want. Typically, from what I've seen, commissioners will do one-on-one phone calls with whatever candidate they deem is they want to talk to and ask questions and all. And then at one point, the commission gets together to talk about how they feel and what they want to do for interviews or what the case may be on that kind,
In
but
the interest
it's up
of
to you.
time, I'd like to receive the applications as they come in, if that's not overly burdensome, as opposed to waiting until the Friday.
Okay.
In the interest of time, I mean, just when it comes in, I
Just put a
I'd like to
box.
receive it
and
then.
have 'em-
If I'm reading it at 2 in the morning, I'm reading it at 2 in the morning kind of thing.
Okay.
Just because I don't want it to wait until Friday.
Yeah, and if we get the ad up immediately, like in the next day or two, I think it should be on the June agenda for us to have this discussion and we can have a discussion about them. Last time, and I think in previous times, I don't know how many times Linda's here, she could probably tell us. The last couple of times that we went through this process, in addition to having the commission look at the applicants, the commission shortlisted the group and sent them to a resident committee that we formed.
Mhm.
So the resident committee last time when we hired Mario was a little bit different. Remember, it was right during an election season. So there were 5 commissioners, obviously, but there were when you ran, how many, 7, 8, 9 people ran with you, I think? It was a big group that ran with you. We put together a resident committee and it was the chair of every village board. So kind of every interest was represented on the group, or someone that the chair assigned. And I think all the chairs participated themselves, but we said chair or someone that they would assign from the group. So every board was represented. We invited all the people running for commission. So Art was on the group because he was not a commissioner yet, because the thinking was some group of these people will be on the commission, so we should have their voice in there as well. Obviously, that's not the case this time, but then each commissioner also assigned one person to the group. So if we did something like that again, this time, because we're not in an election season, it would be the chair of every board or someone they assign from the board. And then each one of us would assign a person of our choice, a resident, to be on this committee.
I think that's
Called a committee.
too many people. I think that the last time that I was on this committee, there were too many voices.
Well, that's because we had all the people running for office. That's why I said how many people, it was like 8 or 9 people. That's why it was so big. Because
Me personally, I just would be comfortable with, just a handful of people. I don't think I mean, what are you talking about? 12, 10, 11, 12?
No, if we each assigned one, that would be five, and
And
we have six boards, 7 boards.
it's 11 people already?
Yeah, I don't think that's that too sizable of a group to go
I-
through.
I think that's too big.
Do they have to sort of interview with this board,
No, they,
this
well,
committee?
it would be
Sorry.
whatever we decide to do, but last time they sat in a room, it was a public meeting they held, and we had shortlisted. I think we sent maybe 10, Art, do you remember how many people you considered? Let's say it was 10, and we sent the commission, sent a smaller group to the committee and said, look through these, decide your own process, discuss, rank them, send them back to us, and they sent us back a ranking.
They did not meet with the candidates.
They did not meet with the candidates. We got their rankings back. We got all the information back from the boards. They provided their notes and things as well. And then we decided who we were going to interview. And I want to say we made a smaller group then. I want to say we interviewed 5 or 6. I can't remember. And Mario was one of them. It didn't take that long once we got it started because we got a whole bunch of applications all at one time. We formed that committee super quick, and within weeks, I'm sure Shantae could find the records and report back exactly the time intervals there, but within a couple of weeks, the committee was meeting, and we started the process in July, and we had a hire before Mario, did we hire you before the election and you started after?
No, I started December 1st.
Right.
You guys voted on me, on November 17th.
But it was the commission before the election. It was me, Rox, yeah. So it was a couple of months process, and we got it. The former commission hired him, and then he started with the new commission. So at any rate, I thought, and I still think that having this resident committee is an interesting thing because number one, I think it's always a good optic to ask residents to get involved somehow, and we pick who the people are on that board. But I particularly like the boards being involved because they have a particular interest. Some of these boards have a very particular expertise, in their fields, and they're kind of, in charge of something for us. One's in charge of social things and others in charge of, what kind of building is going on in the village, code compliance, all the different boards. Certainly the Sustainability and Resilience Board has an angle on it as well. I appreciate having their perspective on it. It was interesting to listen to them interview and to get the feedback from them. So I'm cool with that. I liked it before, and I would be happy with that again.
Mario, can I ask you to weigh in on that? That's
We're not obligated to follow their recommendations. It was purely recommended. As a matter of fact, Mario was not their first choice. We hired Mario.
I was not their
I think
choice.
you were 3.
Nope.
5?
Nope.
Did they throw you just through
I
your
was
resume?
not part of the recommendation from the residents.
Oh, okay. I think, yeah, I think.
No, I wasn't. I'm looking at it right now. No, I wasn't.
No.
And
I
what
propose
was,
a
Mario, what was
procedure.
the reason why you didn't make the cut on the first time?
You would have to ask the committee that. I was short.
In the job.
Job description. Yeah, and the requirements weren't met. Got it. Okay. So I think that's why I was wondering, because that's where I was gonna go, just to make sure that, because that's gonna be the short list, right? It's gonna be based on those specific issues that we bring out there. And so what happens after all the time, the residents and chair went around and decided, commission said no, and
Then we interviewed who we wanted it. We shortlisted it and interviewed them, and we hired Mario.
right. They didn't have the benefit of a face-to-face interaction with the.
Did it all off
candidates.
paper, Dan,
They just
Linda?
have the papers.
You-
And
did it
they're
all off
making
paper.
all of their recommendation based off of a paper.
okay. Yeah. So that's an important point, because again, if we're gonna copy paste the same job description and here the learning is, and we know people that are gonna want to have this as a first experience, maybe we are a little bit more loose on the 5 years, we said preferably
Or just municipal
Okay.
experience.
a municipal
Municipal
experience.
experience.
Manager.
Well,
manager level
It looks like
experience.
it looks like right now it reads the ideal candidate will have at least 8 years progressive senior level experience in a municipality.
That seems a little bit.
That is, yeah, so I mean, but this is ideal candidate, this is ideal candidate, this
Yeah,
is, yeah.
But look, on paper, a non-ideal candidate applied for the job and got it.
I know, but that was a process of many months. And I'm just trying.
Well, I'm saying he applied though, because
I know,
I
but
guess a lot of us have applied for jobs that we weren't qualified for and may have gotten them, and that shows
where I was
something about
going.
the person.
and
I will
get that.
share that I'm seeing a lot of companies take the initiative to say in a little disclaimer at the bottom of the job posting these days, because I'm out there, in the market, and I'm seeing them post, hey, we know that historically there are groups of people who, if they don't check off every box, neglect to apply. Please don't do that. Like, please look at your overall skill set and see how it could apply to this role and take the chance and apply to the job. We want to hear from you.
So
So I
and
like
think
some
that's-
language like that, that opens up, speaking to what you're saying with regard to that requirement.
So what I was trying to say is, I think I agree with that 100%. I think it's proven that not necessarily checking every box, right? That's what we went, even after having a committee revising the different resumes. So having that at the bottom, I think would be important in their job description to say, please do not, like you put it, not, make sure you apply even if you don't meet 100% of the, but then it opens to anybody to do it.
I really do appreciate the spirit of that.
But just to close on my point, the other portion of that was going to be if we hand this to a committee, then the committee is going to follow those rules and by
These are
following
all
the,
Resumes.
but then why we have a committee?
Well, then we can loosen their restrictions. We can tell the committee whatever we want. None of this is in stone. We can say to the committee, evaluate these people and just tell us what you think. It doesn't have to be, base it purely on whether they meet the description. That's what they were told that time. We don't have to do that again. We can just
Okay.
simply say, yeah, and we can have a place for them to comments and whatever. We can instruct them.
Yeah, I think that's where.
Or we can instruct them not at all. We could just basically say, here are 10 applications and you guys meet, discuss and amongst yourselves and kind of report back what you think. We could let them kind of decide.
I have a question about the procedure before I apologize. I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. The way that it went before, this went out, it was posted. All of the applicants were presented to the commission first. They were kind of whittled down, so to speak.
We
and
got a
then-
lot of resumes. Yeah.
No, did everything just went to the resident? Okay, I just want to make sure.
I thought we whittled it down.
And extend it to a big.
No, it was one committee right from the start. It was one committee. Okay. Gotcha. The spirit of having that language there that basically says, even if you aren't qualified, apply. I get it. I really do. I would rather leave that on the onus of the applicant because a real self-starter person who is confident in their abilities, they'll apply for a job they're not qualified for. I've gotten several jobs in my career that I wasn't qualified for. I didn't meet on paper and I applied anyway. And
Thought I said it pretty loudly.
I heard you.
Thank you.
I still would rather have a go-getter who would do it anyway.
Yeah.
Mario did.
So we run with what we have. When would be, if we do assign a committee, we will provide more of a loose kind of a judgment.
I think that's good.
That even if it does not meet every requirement, make the best judgment whether this person may qualify for a second kind of a review or something like.
Jonathan, read again what you read.
It's from the required qualifications section of the job posting, and it's the first sentence. The ideal candidate will have at least 8 years progressive senior level experience in a municipality.
Yeah, I think that's
Makes a lot of
fine.
sense.
I think
Because
that's
it's,
fine,
that's
because it says
director level.
it says ideal candidate to do. I'm the kind of guy who would say, well, I'm not the ideal candidate on paper, but I want that job. Good.
Medium.
I'm applying
I've applied to it.
right now, and I'm gonna call every one of those commissioners because I'm allowed to reach out to them and I'm allowed to call them and I'm gonna say, hey, my name's Mac and I want the job and I may not meet the qualifications. When can I come in and sit down and talk to you? And as the person on the receiving end of that phone call, I'd say, ooh, I like that attitude. I'll see you on Thursday.
Okay, so we all are on the same page, I think, right? Well, I think we.
Just like to lower the process time,
Yeah,
like as
that-
opposed to
that's gonna
4 or
be-
5
I had a
months.
sug- I had a suggestion on that as far as, as far as sending this out to a group, the chair board, the resident board. I think maybe the only way to speed that up is we're asking a lot of people to provide opinions. We might have to put a time cap on it and then move forward with or without the opinions. As difficult as that may be for the people that we are asking to volunteer their time, I understand that that's.
Good to know.
So I just, otherwise, I don't know, I don't know if we can, if we can make a
We're not-
timely.
we're Not obligated to do the resident thing. I'm just saying that I personally appreciated.
You did it and it was a good experience.
Yeah, I did. We didn't hire the person. They said it's kind of like, when the planning board sends us a variance, their vote on a variance, we're not required to stick by it. It's like we ultimately have the authority, have the decision, but we have the benefit of getting some people whose opinions we value to help us.
What do you think, Art? Why? So how was the process that last time? Yeah.
I think we're overcomplicating everything. I think that we need to post a job. We need to have a deadline for applicants to submit their applications. Once we have that deadline met, then if we decide we want to go with a board, we give them a deadline. You have to come back to us with your recommendations by such and such a date. And then that's it. I mean, I think we're overthinking this, quite honestly. I think it's just way more simpler than when we're than the direction that we're going. So, first get the doggone thing posted. Let's get a date for people to respond. Then if we decide to put a board, we just tell them, listen, by this date, we need responses and we move quickly.
Why not
no
just
reason.
decide on the board now if we're gonna do it, because we have to pick board members while the process of applications is coming in, we could have the board, the committee. have the
First, we need to
committee
agree
formulated.
that we're going to do a board.
Right, so I'm saying, but if we
Didn't
did,
agree to that, then yeah, I'm fine with that. But let's go around and say, is everybody okay with appointing a board? Yes, no? And then we'll move from there.
because if we.
We just don't want it to delay the process. I think we've already decided on the job posting. We've heard that it can go out within the next day or 2 max. So to your point, I think we need to figure out the important questions of when do we close the job posting? Right? How long do we leave this job posting open? Especially considering budget season. I think that's the next
It's just
most
like an
important.
It's just like an RFP.
What is it, 30
Exactly.
days? I mean, what do you do,
Well,
30 days?
That I would ask Mario for some
60 days?
what do you think, Mario? 30 days? 55 days? Once posted?
So some cities, what they end up doing is they just leave it revolving until they decide what they want to do. Listen, the market for city managers is not great. There's some cities have trouble trying to find that, and then they either overpay or they go with someone that they're not totally thrilled with what they're going. So what I would recommend is just leave it revolving so that you're going to be getting the resumes on a daily basis. And come June 6th, you should have, hopefully quite a bit. And then you all can determine, hey, do we have enough resumes that we can move forward with this process, or do we need to leave it open for another 30?
While I agree with you, I think also a lot of that also depends on the direction that we go with an interim. Whatever interim decision that we make, I think will either want us to speed this process along, or will want us, or will say, yeah, we're good. Let's leave it open and whatever.
You're right.
Because, I feel comfortable with whomever we've put here in an interim basis. So that's the next part of the conversation, which we haven't gotten to yet. But when we get there, then I'll be able to tell you, I'm feeling comfortable that now, or no, we need to rush this through.
Well, the interim thing, look, we might feel comfortable tonight when we have a conversation, but And then when we start seeing the reality of what's happening, when we don't have a full-time manager and we have very little staff for them to lean on in the background, that it could be very different. So I would prefer having, if you want to, look, we can have a deadline and keep the ad up, a deadline to apply, and then once that deadline hits, we could just extend the deadline and put a second deadline on it, but we continue our work. We could have this committee formed by this Friday. If we agreed, for example, I'm not saying we should do this. If we said every board chair, or tell them by Friday, they have to pick someone else from the board, and they have to be available to do this in the months of May and June. And we each assign one person. We each have this week. And by Friday, we have to get a name to Shantae. By the end of the week, we could have a committee formed.
So might I
Okay, so-
recommend a
So that would
procedure
that would be the alternative. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. So the alternative is we have a committee and the timelines will be as such. So we could have a committee put together as far as,
For the deadline of the
Okay.
resumes, we
Let me
get,
just say, I'm fine with not having a committee, okay? So that's my position. I don't, nobody else has said it yet, but okay, I'll be the first. I'm fine with not having a,
no, and that was gonna be my next point. So I'm just looking at the alternatives we have. So that A would be the having a committee, right? And that would take us a week to put together, and then we'll,
while the ads being
of
posted.
course, and then we'll put it out there for a range of what, 3 weeks? A month, and then
don't we-
use that for them to evaluate. That's what I want to understand. We're committing in a month.
They coming up here.
Why don't we just put the deadline, the next commission meeting, and then at the next commission meeting, we can say we've gotten 0 applicants or we've got 10 applicants, and then we're meeting that night and we can say, okay, there's 0 or there's 10 and we're happy with the applicants. Let's extend it. Let's not. So
Or if our
a
deadline
month.
were June 2nd,
Yeah.
you know, if it got up tomorrow, it would be up for more than a month. If our deadline were more than 4 weeks, if our deadline were Friday, June 2nd, 5 PM, then we have time to all have them that weekend before our commission meeting. And if we haven't really gone through them, really poured through them thoroughly, we'd at least know how many we have and we'd be prepared to have another conference.
we can also call for a special meeting if necessary. I mean, worst
Yeah.
case scenario, we
Well,
need to
that's
call
right.
for a special meeting. We spoke of a special meeting. That's it.
Well, if
That's
these are
right.
being added to a
Exactly right. So,
Dropbox
yeah.
as they're received, we can review them as we receive them. So if we all feel comfortable that we each have 1 or 2 or 3 candidates by the next meeting, we don't need to extend it. We can say, we're happy with these people. Let's move forward. So why don't we put the deadline for the next commission meeting? We'll start with that. We'll start reviewing them as they come in.
Yeah.
And then the next question would be, we can shortlist them, we can provide our insights. And then the next question is, do we want to have the board,
I throw in a
So
question
did
here.
we, I'm sorry, so we're going to agree on Friday, June 2nd, 5 PM? Do you just want to?
I think that, yeah, I
agree
think
to
that's, I think that's
That is-
perfect.
That is
The job
one-
description?
That's 4 weeks from this coming Friday. So it'll be 4 weeks and a couple of days, depending on
At
how.
our
quickly
meeting, we
that
can
gets done.
decide if we need to.
And then we
extend it
have, that's
and-
right.
Right.
We have, okay.
So I
good.
really thought I had read previously that it was limited to Broward and Dade candidates. Is that still the case? Okay, so someone could conceivably drive, well, they would.
Well, there's a residency section in the job posting that
I
says
thought there
residency
was.
within Dade County, Broward County will need to be established at the expense of the successful candidate.
They're not traveling here, right? I know, that's what I was referring to, that,
Yeah,
that a person's willing to relocate if they're,
at
elsewhere.
their own expense, et cetera. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so the question, do we have a board,
Confirmed.
a committee to do it or not? So in essence, putting a committee would delay us per se, or add to the process an additional week? Is that what we're saying? That's
I
it.
think right now, we're just deciding whether or not we are comfortable or we want one.
Yeah, that's
And
what I'm
then,
asking.
and Art is the first to say no. So we have one.
Oh, And to be honest with you, I appreciate the opportunity of having residents provide for the first filter. It didn't work in the past. So for me, it would be a no too.
I think I'm on the same page.
Okay. Okay. So then what we'll do. We'll decide what candidates we have. Correct, yes. As they're added, I believe Mario said to a Dropbox, we will have access to the Dropbox. We can pull the resumes as they come in. We can review them. We can decide, we like this person, don't like that person. So,
The one other thing, this was last time, because I think we were given, I'm not even gonna say. We're allowed to talk to these candidates. You're allowed to talk to, and we were told last time when I was on the commission that we're not allowed to talk to the candidates. You get a resume in your email and you like it, you can pick up the phone and say, I'm one of the people hiring for this position. I would like to talk to you. And just so everyone's clear, we have free reign to talk to these people. in person, on the phone, by Zoom, whatever you want to do.
Right, so we have our time, we have our procedure, we have our Dropbox, we have access to them. We'll identify the candidates as they come in. We'll discuss them at the next meeting. We'll have somebody by then. If we're comfortable with what we've talked about so far, let's talk about the interim.
I'm sorry, when is this going to be up and?
Going to be up either tomorrow or within the next 48 hours.
Okay.
And by next commission meeting, we'll post a deadline of June 2nd, I think. So by the next meeting, we will be able to identify our top candidates. If we get nobody, then we know we need to change something. So that's our permanent. That's the procedure for our permanent. So interim is the next discussion. And Mario, I believe you shared some information with us about a few individuals that warrant consideration.
Yes, sir. So one of the things that I've been doing for the past 2.5 years is trying to create redundancies within the village. It was obvious that here when the manager walked away, a lot of things, the brain drain was evident, especially with the amount of turnover that was here. So with that, trying to get the proper contractors, making sure, as many people as I possibly can be involved, even if they're just, sitting in a meeting, but it's still my heavy direction that goes in. At least other people are aware of what's happening and what's going on. So with that, I created a spreadsheet that you all have access to that looks, I think there's over 40 projects on there, and it has like a first, second, and third contact person. For the most part, because everything has to do with the funds of the village, Paul is on there quite a lot. And we talk about finances and projects and where we're coming from and how is this project going to be paid. Once we figure that out, a couple weeks later, I call him in a panic to double check my math just to make sure. And so he's in it quite a bit. His contract also allows for hours outside of the project scope. So that's already built into the contract that was approved by the commission earlier this fiscal year. And so on a temporary basis, if there's no one in-house that you all are looking for, then that would be someone that I would recommend. Another person that was being considered is Alan Cohen from our strategic plan process. The reason why I brought him into that is simply because there has been probably days worth of conversation with him in preparation for the workshop that we had, or the town hall, the retreat, whatever we want to call it, that we had this past Saturday. So he has a lot more, maybe not as much as Paul, but a lot more knowledge as to what are the issues and priorities and what I have been working on and so forth on a lot of the day-to-day infrastructure and what we're trying to accomplish there. So these two individuals have a lot more knowledge than just someone walking from the outside. I did reach out to the Florida League of Cities. As I've mentioned in my email to you, they have a partnership with an association called Senior Advisors. And these are city and county administrators who are retired that will help a municipality or a county on an interim basis from time to time. Unfortunately, I was not able to get to the seniors advisors coordinator. I've called a couple times and it was just ringing. There was no option for voicemail, so I'll keep trying. However, Florida League of Cities did say that the closest advisor that they have on record is from Port St. Lucie. I then looked at the Florida City and County Managers Association. They have a running list of managers in transition. Managers in transition have either recently been let go, all for convenience. None of them that I'm aware of were ever terminated for cause. And then two, or they retired due to FRS or anything like that they have to after the drop program or anything like that. Of those, which is not a lot, of those, there's only 3 within our surrounding districts, which would be for Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach. Coming out of Broward, again, is Alan Cohen. That's where I initially ended up finding him on the strategic plan. Then you have the former manager from Tamarack, Kathleen Gunn, but I think last I spoke to her, she left Tamarack because she wanted to do traveling and kind of get away from government. And then you have Chris Russo, who was the former manager from Sunny Isles Beach. So that's kind of the various options. Other cities we've kind of contacted, the most recent obviously is North Miami Beach, where I was named the new city manager. It was a resident who had retired from Hollandale Beach as a CFO for over 20 years. And he volunteered. They didn't have a pool. If he wasn't willing to do it, they didn't know what they were going to do. So that's kind of the scenario that we're in. I know you all, there's 2 other employees here. If you want to ask them and put them on the spot, although I don't know, just based knowing their workload, I don't know if they're willing to take on even more work.
Linda Dillon, are you willing to do it?
Oh. Right. So my recommendation to you all was to have Paul in that capacity. I think he and Alan, after the retreat, had a conversation and they gave you a proposal based on the total compensation that I receive, and we're able to work out some hours. I know Paul is here to answer any of your questions if you all want. But that was the gist of the email.
Amazing. Paul, would it be okay if Paul came up and we can ask him some questions?
Yeah, I think it's appropriate.
Great. I'll interview you, right?
Is Alan on Zoom?
All right. If I may.
See him.
He got enough of us on Saturday.
That works out great for me. I'll just promise all kinds of things for
Great.
Alan.
If Alan,
Won't be the
Alan, if you are on Zoom, if you can hit the raise hand, and then I will ask to unmute you if anything.
I'm sorry, Alan. Okay, so, may I, please? Of course. Okay. So, on Saturday, I asked for options, right? I obviously I'm leaning towards you from the beginning, because you've been here, you know what's going on, and I have no doubt in your skills and what you bring to the table. But I like to have options, right? And I think that that's a fair thing. Obviously, our options are limited. So we don't have many options at this point. So really, we're just kind of working with what you've presented. So here's my confusion, because initially when I discussed this with Mario, the idea was, well, first of all, I need to ask the attorney this because I think it's relevant. And that is the question of a conflict of interest, right? I asked that question before. Someone said it wasn't an issue. But obviously you're employed as a consultant. So is Alan employed as a consultant, and putting you in a position of leadership here in the village? Is there a conflict?
I don't believe there is. I think all we'd have to do is to amend their contracts to add additional duties and compensation.
Okay, cool. All right. So that takes the legality piece of it out. But now we go back to when I first had the conversation with Mario about you and about your contract. We were just talking about you. Now, all of a sudden, there's been another person added to the mix. So I don't know how that transpired, and I don't know why that transpired. Frankly, I'm not feeling all that warm and fuzzy about a tag team duo. I kind of like the idea of just having one person that's responsible and in charge. So I want to understand what the thinking was behind that and how did that transpire?
Excellent. That would have been the first thing I wanted to talk to you about, is what this means. The reality is, it's a way to show you the costs and budget available to you. And, never, as a good finance director, I don't recommend anything past the budget if I can. So it was the amount of hours that 2 qualified people could give you to carry the load until you hire someone. That's really all it is. And my hours and as an owner of my company are divided by X number of clients in X number of hours. And for me to give more than 5 or 10 hours a week would jeopardize other contracts. So that's
prior-
where he came in, where he said, well, I can give up to maybe even 20, 25 hours a week. I said, well, that might give the ceiling that is sweet to this board and go from there. And that's really what it's about. And part of it is lessons, I always figured as a consultant, I would be in this role because of my background. And it makes sense. And I'm happy to make you, help you get to the goal line. But it's just really the budget cycle and the reality of it, it's timing.
So prior to Alan, though, coming into the picture, were you considering only providing 5 to 10 hours?
And that's where the last time this came up got sticky for me, is there were certain commissioners that had a sense that the person had to be sitting in a chair X number of hours.
I'm not that.
That
guy.
many, it used to be that way. So perhaps it was an overreaction to that history to put it in those terms. None of my work looks like that. I work from home and I travel to clients quite far, north of Fort Myers, Port St. Lucie is my range. So all that said, my physical body can only be in so many places at so many times. But the way I work is I can cover a lot of things.
But the amount of time spent on village business or village or focusing on village issues, right? I'm not talking about being here physically.
Right.
You don't have, that's not what I'm concerned about. What I'm concerned about is how much time will you devote, on a weekly basis to village business? Will you be available via phone? Will you be available, No,
Yeah,
I know,
that's
but
the physical on-site.
that-
And that wasn't elaborated, but
Yeah.
your question's excellent. In that it's a weird answer because it's really unlimited. The essence of this work can be just 5 hours a week. It can be 50 hours a week.
So then back to my original question. So then why is there a need now for Alan to be part of this? Is it because we need somebody's requested somebody to be here physically?
I guess I'm realizing that was not necessarily a concern
Well,
perhaps.
it's
Yeah,
not for me.
for you.
I don't know if the rest of them, how they feel.
I don't know.
We'll ask them. But for me, it's not, what's important is that there's somebody there available and that there's somebody accessible to do village business when village business needs to be attended to. Not that they're physically sitting in a chair, locked up in a room. That's not. So
Yeah,
how do you
so
feel about that?
I definitely could grow into the, arguably 20 to 30 hours a week is not impossible of access.
That's all I got. Thank you, Paul.
I have a couple of questions myself. It says here, so it begins June 8th until manager is hired in the case of Alan, right? So doesn't mean that,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but part of that's really because he's doing another job for you.
exactly,
Okay.
he's leading us on the strategic plan. I was wondering then, is there no transition, or when is the transition time considering the manager is leaving?
So that was the logic of putting my time starting immediately.
Okay, and you
Is
think
that I
just
would
5 hours?
immediately come into the role and be available, and I'm already doing it at that level, by the way.
Yeah.
But officially it would become official. The transition would start right away, more intensely with Mario. And then by June 8th, in this scenario that I put in front of you, either Alan or I would be there at those many hours. And that's that picture.
I wanted to, okay, thank you. That answers that. Another option I was thinking, and this is for my fellow commissioners here, is the current staff that we have. I lot of respect for Alan, of course, your knowledge, both of you professionals. I am concerned of having an empty chair. So for me, it is a concern. I think staffs needs to see someone available and a phone. Of course, they can do that. They can call you, but it's not the same feeling. There's a lot of uncertainty. We have very few members that we count as staff. I would want them to feel there's stability and someone's behind a desk whenever an emergency arises. So for me, it is important. So I was wondering if there is maybe another scenario that we can consider. Paul, I think it's crucial, your experience with the village and your current conversations with the manager, and you are very much aware of what our projects are because you put the money behind them. So, but I thought about Isa as an opportunity because he has a connection with the staff. Alan doesn't, right? He's new to the team and he has a very specific job right now, which is the strategic plan. And hopefully we finish in time, but that's not even, hopefully we do it, but that's not even guaranteed as well. So we'll be adding that on top of his current role. So for me, it was another, maybe there isn't a different mix where you do lead with your 5 hours. So however you just explained that you would be supporting, in this, granted, it's limited on unlimited, depending on the projects, I'm guessing. And then having someone sitting here, in this case, Ethan, and we're talking this very openly, and please jump in. And it's so weird to do this like this, but that's what I was thinking. Because you're already working with the CITT and all the reporting, and I know that Mario has briefed you in several projects. You already have a well-versed knowledge of what the team does in public works. You've been administrating that as well. And I'm not saying that's again, long-term solution. I'm just thinking now that we're talking interim, I think it's easier maybe to contemplate hiring someone to provide for replacement while you are helping here with the limitations that you might have and knowledge as the ones Alan would provide. And that's where I'm like, I find that that's another scenario that maybe we could evaluate. I understand that means, again, leaving his post. And I find that might be easier knowing that he can do that with his eyes closed, hiring a person temporary to assist at the rec, easier than having the trust of personnel and the knowledge on who is who and to someone that's brand new. So I just wanted to throw it out there just for consideration and to think about that. Again, numbers wise is something we can discuss, but I feel that might be an opportunity to think about.
I just want to clarify. So your idea is to swap out Alan for Isa?
Yes, as an
In the
interim.
same scenario here.
Yes,
How would that impact the salary piece?
yeah, that's something we need to talk about.
And is Isa even
Be willing.
interested in potentially doing something like that? I don't know. Okay.
You want to take, yeah. We can do like a jump.
Only if I'm crazy.
So definitely understand the limitations in regards to maybe experience, but as we were just talking about the job description for the future village manager, just talking about me, I've been here for over 10 years in municipal direction of a department. And now with the added responsibilities of public works, and maintaining that team, and also working daily with the clerk, with the village manager. I think I can be an asset there in regards to just if relying solely on just the passion that I have for the village as a whole. Experience, I think, is something that comes with time. I'm sure I don't have the credentials of a village manager of the applicants that you might not, but in the interim period, I think I can be a benefit just by the daily operations and working with Paul. I've been working with Paul for years in regards to budget just for my department alone, but I am definitely up to the challenge. And I've been here for over 20 years and dedicated to this village, and any way I can help, I'm always up for it.
Thank you, Isa. So I think. So yeah, I don't have the answer of what the salary would be. I think that's something we need to carve out still, but I think the idea of considering a stable phase and a stable environment within the anxiety that this brings to a lot of people. Alan is new to the team, to us. I mean, we just started working with him, the sensitivity of knowing who's who and who sends the emails and what the issues and our corners of issues are. I think the interim is something we need to contemplate. And then looking forward, hopefully we do find the right candidate. Maybe Isa blows us, away. I don't know. But it's an opportunity to think about that. I don't know how we would find someone interim for your position. I think that's definitely something to discuss. But again, I think filling out those shoes over there while you're here, and also public work. So it's not just one easy switch. It's many pieces. But then let's think about what that sort of support for the interim could be as well. Mario?
Yeah, no, go ahead. And I would be interested in seeing the cost.
I'm inclined to think it's a great idea here for the interim. I actually had some questions regarding, how that process goes when a new hire comes on, because we have a staff that's established here. And I know that we are not in charge of the hiring and firing of staff. That goes to the manager. But for me, it's definitely kind of top of mind with regard to when we do make that hire, not looking for a shakeup in terms of our staff and who we currently have on board and how to address that. So I suppose it's a process question, a legality question, and how we could make it work with Isa, I think is a great option to consider.
I did ask Valerie this question, and I ran it by her. We can guarantee, right, that the new person coming in is your interim, and the new person decides to swipe the whole house. This is something we don't manage based on our charter. We have those limitations. I think if that happens, we really hire wrong. Like we really went the other way, right? Because you would expect some sort of a process in place and some the learnings that need to happen within the teams that's been here for so many years. But yes, we can guarantee in any way, because I asked Valerie that if the new person were to come after, that you have a job to come back to your position, that wouldn't be, because at the end, that's the role of the manager, as she explains, and that would contradict our charter. Did I say that right, Ed?
Yes, but you can certainly have that conversation with all of the candidates, and you can make your decision partially based upon what those responses are.
Because that person also knows that they work at our pleasure. And if the day we weren't pleased, they wouldn't be here anymore either. So the hatchet swings both ways. Can I say a couple of things? Were you done? Okay. So I'm not sure I'm going to add anything much to this conversation, but here's what's going through my head. And I don't have any answer. So the Paul versus Alan thing, I had the same questions Art did, like the exact same questions. That's where I was going to start. I'm going to skip all of that. But I will say this, Paul's a known quantity and Alan's not. And I think a lot of Alan, based on our experience, which has been very limited and very specific. And we weren't looking at him in that capacity the first night he came in here and talked to us. I will say that I went home and I said to Dan, I think Mario's going to be leaving here soon, and met someone tonight who was really sharp. So I did say that the first night I met him, I thought Alan was really sharp, but I wasn't looking at him in that role. So that's tough for me to give over this much authority to Alan. However, he has that level of municipal experience that the other people don't, including, did Paul leave? Oh, there he is. Okay. Including Paul, so Paul's a very known quantity. He knows our procedures, our people, our policies, what we're doing. He knows us. We're going into budget season, and he'd be like one of our guys. And Alan's unknown to us. My gut says he'd be really good. But can't just go by my gut. I will also say this sort of dual leadership thing, I find to be awkward. I want someone in charge.
we're entering budget season and hurricane season, and stuff can go south fast, like in a several days' notice, like the world is upside down. And we need someone here leading us through that because we can't step in and do that. We're not allowed to by our charter. So someone has to be here to man the ship. And this dual leadership thing, I find to be very awkward. I see all the money gets spent. That was easy. They spent all the money. They covered that. But I just find this all to be awkward. I want to know, and here's the big question for me. How will the duties be split? Who's going to do what? That's what I need to know. Who's going to do what? Art, I agree with you 1,000% about we don't need someone sitting in that office. And this conversation came up last time when we hired an interim manager. You weren't a commissioner yet. And I remember there was a commissioner who was so adamant about that. And I don't necessarily agree with that. So I'm with you. Except that sometimes you do need someone here in charge and you don't know when that's going to be. When you need someone in charge and something's going on with staff, or all of a sudden there's a tropical storm warning and now it's a hurricane warning, and here it comes. And we have to face the season of the year that we're working in as well. And that scares me. Hurricane season terrifies me, because I was here. I've been through a bunch, but hurricane season is June 1.
It doesn't start acting up till September, October.
Okay, but weird things are happening with weather these days. You understand my point. Yeah, you understand my point. So, and we aren't guaranteed of what we're going to see in applicants. We might do our job really well and be heading down a long road anyway. We don't know. These are unknowns. So that concerns me. And I want to know how the duties would be split. But this dual thing kind of bugs me. I want someone in charge. And we do need boots on the ground here also because we have such a slim staff. There's like a person in each department and the manager wears lots of hats here. And I'm going to guess there are days that Mario was like helping to take the trash out as well, because we have such a small staff. And I say that, sort of kiddingly, but basically you did. I'm sure there were days you did. So everyone kind of pitches in wherever they're needed when you work at a small company, and just being down one person or having Issa do it, and nothing I'm going to say, Issa, is personal. I like you a lot. Having be down in that position worries me. And he's already also our public works director. So Issa isn't our rec guy. He's our rec guy and our public works guy. And now he's overseeing vendors that are in here doing things. And we have big projects going on in this village. Drains. We have huge holes in the ground that aren't done yet. We have big things happening here. So I'm not giving you a suggestion here. I'm just saying these are the things that are worrying me. Is being down, I'm almost done.
Yeah, go ahead.
Being down, even that one person really worries me because we have no depth. We have no one for them to fall back on, and someone's not here and someone's out sick one day, something happens. And here's the other thing. I'm just going to say it out loud because I have to say it. I worry about Shantae. I knew Mario was leaving. The day I hired him, I said, well, we got 2 years, the clock's ticking, get to work. You got big stuff to do for us. And he did. He did big stuff for us. We had him for 2 years and he's gone. God bless him for what he is walking into. God help him for what he's walking into, but God bless him too. And I worry about Shantae because don't think that people don't have their eyes on her too. Don't think that she's not a rising star to lots of municipalities that are looking for things, and that she's not looking at her salary and thinking, well, I can do better than this too. She knows she can.
You didn't, you just stole her.
She knows what she's worth and she knows where the jobs are. She's a member of her professional trade association, just like Mario is. And I worry that if that happens, she's going to go. And if
Well,
that
she's
happens
probably going to
during
go
this-
anyway.
I know. And if that happens during this process. So my whole point is that these are the things I worry about. And I don't know what the solution is, but I feel a whole lot, I guess all of that to be said, I wish we had more options because I feel like we're going to be making the best that we can and none of them are great, to be honest with you. And that is not a personal slight to any person in this room or that who's not in Zoom that we're talking about.
That's why
I
asked for
just feel like we're going to be doing the best we can and it's not great for a lot of reasons. And most of it is not about the people, but about the situation and the size of our staff.
So let me just say something real quick. So going back historically,
Yeah.
right? We have great talent here currently. right? Shantae is amazing. Issa is amazing. Louis, our chief, is amazing. And in the past, at one point, Louis and Roseanne stepped in and kind of were running the show. Okay,
We had Roseanne do it officially.
yeah, okay, yeah, I understand that. But what I'm saying is that there's not something I think that's going to come that's going to be of like catastrophic that either Shantae or Louis or Issa can't just step in and say, hey, we'll take care of this and boom, and that's it, and we move along. I just don't see it. I understand the hurricane situation that you're talking about. I get it.
I'm just always looking for the worst case scenario.
I understand.
Already,
I
in
understand.
my mind, these issues that are ongoing, he's already participating in. He's already participating in each of those topics that you mentioned.
In the past, we've had the clerk step in and do it, but again, I don't think that's a great solution for us either, just because of, we're missing a director now. We don't have a public works director.
And
We're
that's,
down one senior level employee.
that's where we're the weakest we could be right now.
That's right.
Because if we were fully staffed on every department, then
Yep.
it would be an easier
Right.
transition.
Yep.
Interim transition, especially knowing that we're not starting major projects. Yep. Hopefully we don't hit budget season. And again, you'll be leading us into anyhow, right, Paul, into the budget season when we start discussing about what we need to bring for the next.
Leaving or leading?
Leading.
Leading, okay.
Sorry.
I'm like, whoa.
I'll leave you. Please don't be that person. We don't need that now. But so I think that's the issue, that we're our weakest point, and that's why it feels like I just have as well reservations about assigning 25 hours to Alan to provide from his computer. And again, I do feel it's needed to have the face for people that might have issues at the door.
I thought his was on site.
Okay,
His is on site. Yeah, yeah.
okay.
And Paul here.
On site, so being here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
And the rest, so we wouldn't have anybody else.
yeah, so
So it's a half of a week. to
it's half a
pretty much
person.
Half a person, sitting here. And again, there is, if you look at the Excel sheet that Mario put together, we have Alan leading on the strategic plan. And we have Issa on different things already going,
All on the budget.
and Paul on the budget. already.
Fingers in lots
So,
of.
transition, and also I feel Issa, Paul, you guys are already rolling with a lot of this stuff.
The flip side of
bring
that,
in-
sorry, the flip side of that is they have so much responsibility in
I
those
get
things.
that.
They, and
I get
the
that.
two very big things going on, infrastructure stuff and entering budget season. They're so involved in that outside of this, and Alan is not, so he's more available.
And the other side of that is also with the season of summer, events are slowing down. So there will be less probably happen at the rec center besides the summer camp that's already contracted, right? So Issa, you please, let me know. So I'm
But I think little stuff.
So I'm saying March was incredible in terms of the amount of stuff that we had going on. I mean, it was after weekend after weekend, there was.
But a couple of months back to back.
So again, I think maybe that is an opportunity to see it that way.
But then weather,
I don't
weather
feel-
starts.
I don't feel that, again, that we have the easy decision. That's why it's so hard to go back and forth. But I find it would be easier for Issa to provide hiring for that position at the rec center. And we would need to think about, obviously, I mean, I think we discuss it here and there, maybe not officially as a point of discussion, but then not having a director in Public Works, it's an issue we have to solve. So whether
Especially
the
this time of
interim,
year Going into the rainy season, because that
Yes.
person takes care of
yeah.
all of the physical stuff of this village.
So that's an item we need to discuss because maybe that's a resume we need to put out there. So that's part of the conversation. And I understand we're gonna leave.
Permanent manager, because I'm not comfortable advertising for.
I
level
agree.
Management.
I agree.
When we don't have a manager here.
I agree. But I'm saying they're so both linked together, because we're missing people. So again, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is.
I
but
mean,
Just one last thing about Paul. I know I've known Paul long enough to know, guys, that although he has 5 hours here on a piece of paper, that if there's something came up and Paul needed to be here, Paul would be here.
That too.
So let's not focus on, oh, he's only gonna be here 5 hours, because that's not who Paul is. So if there's a situation that Paul needs to come in, I know for a fact Paul might, put in 5.5 hours instead of.
Looking for Paul to nod. Paul's like, I'll give you
Okay.
15 minutes.
So, so let's not just focus on.
No, I understand what you're saying. No. And that's goes back to the first thing I said is Paul's a known quantity. And I've only experienced great things with Paul. So I guess here's where if I have to end up somewhere, I end up with Alan and not Paul on here. I want one person in charge. I'm comfortable having one person in charge because we need someone in charge. And Alan has that senior level executive experience in municipalities. I think I think he can hit the ground running for us. It's not a known quantity, but based on what I know, that's how it feels to me. And I just think Issa is going to be way overburdened in this, and we're going to see it in things not happening properly around the village. And that's before the first rainstorm, when the vac trucks have to be called in the first time and the drains aren't functioning well and these other projects aren't getting done. And I don't like the split thing. I'll tell you that. I don't like the shared position. Of all the things that we're trying to untangle, that's the part I like the least. I personally feel comfortable having someone in charge that we all can go to. If one person we're going to. So if I had to pick right now, I would ask Alan to do it for 25 hours a week. And see how it goes and we have to do our job as quickly as we can and hope that we have the ability to hire someone as quickly as possible. But we also have the ability to change it. None of these are permanent hires. So if we went with Alan 25 hours a week and said, you're our guy, go, and get that vision thing done for us so you can focus on being the boss. And it didn't work out, we have plan B and C in the room.
We don't have a cost for that.
We do.
No, because this is a combined cost.
Well, it's 25 hours. It's the hours times 125. It's 125 is the number, right, Paul?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it is. Isn't it?
That's the hourly rate that
Right.
we have in our contract, correct?
So it's 125. It's 125
For the
an hour.
25 hour.
Yeah, that's how, I just reverse math this. That's correct. 125 an hour.
Well, I'm comfortable with Paul. You're an Alan, I'm a Paul. All right, so let's move along here.
Paul doesn't want to do it full time. Paul only wants the 5 hours.
That's not correct.
I
Paul,
asked him
5
He
hours,
said no.
5 hours on site. Right? That's what he committed to.
But how many, I asked him if he wanted the full-time thing when he walked in here and he said no. So Paul, do you want to elaborate on that?
Do I really want to be the full-time interim manager? No, I do not, but
No.
you need one and I'm qualified and I'm here for you at your needs. Absolutely, yeah.
So we go back to my
He said he doesn't want it full-time.
oh, it's not, well, first of all, it's not a full-time gig.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but he
So
doesn't want it.
It's 30
Paul,
hours.
do you want more than 5? Do you want to do this more than 5 hours a week?
Not
Well,
physically here.
let's back up just, if you don't mind, backing up just a little bit. The 5 hours and the hours from Alan was to show you what the cost would be with the shared idea. The maximum, that I could put in, I don't know. I don't know what the hours are going to be like, but the minimum would definitely be 5. And that's the baseline for my time physically, yes.
On Zoom.
Yeah, so
Having a
there,
Conversation with
we
him.
might have been answering different questions differently, but
And I misunderstood what you said. I apologize because I thought
This whole thing
you walked in.
comes
with-
off,
yeah.
Paul.
yeah, and there's other ways to shape things with Issa's ability to be on site all the time, because that's what he does already. You alleviate a lot of that. So what you often do in organizations is in the military, we call it fleeting up. Everybody fleets up a little bit when the boss is gone. And you have an interim boss and everybody's doing a little more. And that's how you wait till the new boss comes in. And that happens every 2 years in the military, oftentimes. So I'm used to that. I've lived that. And I think Biscayne Park has kind of lived that.
Yeah, I don't want to live it again. Live some bad stuff.
So whatever shape works
But-
for you,
but-
I'll
Paul, I think
adapt.
that this is the thing that you need to clarify because, I think people are getting lost in this 5 hours thing, okay? You're committed to spending 5 hours physically a week here, okay? But like I asked you earlier, right? When you're not here, how much time can you devote to village business outside of the physical 5 hours that you're physically here on site?
Yes, I answered 20 to as much as probably 30.
My point. So we go back to Paul is available the same amount of time. Okay, not physically here for but he's available the amount.
I didn't understand that when we talked when you came in. Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to explain both questions and I couldn't hit it either way.
Well, look, Paul was the one I wanted to hire last time.
Yeah.
Last time we hired an interim manager, he's the one I wanted. So
Well, you did hire me, you just couldn't agree, the commission couldn't agree to a contract. So you paid me for 1 week.
We hired him, and then they wouldn't pay him.
That, so what I don't understand that,
Did
and
forget
why
that little
why do we have Alan in the mix?
Alan was my idea to alleviate the hours, the physical present
Physical
hours.
presence on site.
And he could, there's a lot of ways to look at it. I could say, I can't be there on Tuesdays, Alan, but can you go? I mean, that was sort of the thinking.
Look, not being here on Tuesday is one thing, but 5 hours a week is an hour a day.
Yeah.
And Mario works 7 days a week. So it's like, it's really an hour, if it's a Monday through Friday job, which it's not, but let's pretend it is, that's 1 hour a day on site. Or if it was all on one day, see, that's,
Yeah, the idea was,
and I agree with what you said
split
about
up.
it's not that kind of a job, right? I really do. But given how little we are, and I want someone here,
Yeah,
I want someone here. I guess I'm gonna leave it this way, and I'm gonna stop talking. I want someone here and I want someone in charge, one person.
Yeah.
Whatever that ends up being, that would make me the happiest, is having one person in charge, and they're here a lot. If they're not here 40, 50 hours a week like Mario's been, I get that, it's an interim thing.
I have
And I want someone that has that level of experience to get.
well, I have a question then.
Alan has joined the Zoom for you.
How the numbers came along? Because then, so we needed to provide for an evaluation so that you can measure apples to apples.
correct.
So you put the 5 hours and the 20 hours. But if
Correct.
we're talking about one single person, you're saying in essence, you would take on the entire,
Yeah, if that's the shape that works
budget
for you,
for
would
it.
be, you're hiring GMS and I would be the lead
we
person.
would do that.
You would we'd have to agree on a base number of hours, or I can just bill it. That's easy too.
And you would be okay with removing the amount of hours and leave it as needed?
Absolutely. I just
'Cause I
did
think
not
that's
want
an issue.
the expectations not to be crystal clear.
So it would be as needed in terms of if you're required, it won't be on site more than the 5 hours you could commit to, but you would be able to charge us for, it could be the whole week, 40 hours.
Yes,
if
whatever
it's
it
needed.
works out to.
Okay. Yeah, because that's why I wouldn't, so rethinking this again, I like the idea of having someone sitting and answering the phone calls here, and provided that, an example as Isa, that he doesn't have the experience to deal with certain call or certain prospect of a call or a certain contract, or he would need guidance.
Right.
I would love to have maybe that pool assigned for him to raise a hand and say, this is where I need someone to guide me. And that's where you would come in.
Exactly.
As help.
Yep.
Okay.
That's how I would envision it, the way you described it.
Okay. Now, being fair, there is and the other part of this is not establishing the hours would be essentially, maybe he doesn't need you as much. And then we are paying, we need to understand then what his compensation would be versus your compensation. It wouldn't be all granted for you because we would have another person within the role. So
May
that
I-
hasn't been put in numbers. So I'm trying to think that.
May I make a suggestion before we, contemplate the ESA role? Maybe we should just all agree, yes, let's contemplate the ESA role, or let's not contemplate the ESA role.
Yeah.
That way we don't, because we're talking about ESA, and I don't know if we're all in favor of the dual role. Can we just agree to continue the ESA conversation? Or do you
Yes.
guys know, Alan? Okay, but let's knock out one, and then so we can knock out on the other, because I'm getting really confused here. So are we all okay with moving forward with the ESA conversation as a dual role, as proposed by Commissioner? I'm not either. So
I don't know what you mean by dual role. Or you mean with Paul or?
yeah, I agree. I agree to that, and I agree to that. I agree to that with Alan.
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
I'm against the dual role No matter who.
Me too. I'm
To a
against.
manager. right.
I'll just put that out. If we could eliminate one thing off the list of possibilities, just to kind of start whittling it in. I don't like the dual thing.
Then that we have two is there one other person that says we don't want to do a role? Because I think that's a great idea. We need to start whittling down our options because we're running around in circles and I'm at square one. Like I enjoyed this one. So like, I'm not adding anything to this conversation. So
What?
I like the proposal of Alan and Paul, and it seems like I'm in the minority. So that's why I've just kind of been quiet listening to the alternative options. We've got at least two people that say we don't want two people in that role.
Same.
You don't. All right. So that's fine. So
That
we-
interim
let's go
manager
forward
title is more than
discussing
one person.
one person.
Okay, so
taking
we need the
control,
three of
whether
them
it be-
on the floor here in front of the dais. Wrestle it out, guys. Alan's here if we want to talk to him. So Paul, we've had the benefit of talking to Paul and Issa both, and maybe we should talk to Alan. Not to jump in here, but he was there a second. Alan, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, your camera was on, but now it's off.
It was shut off by the host.
Who's the host? Trying to throw the conversation. He's putting his thumb on the scale. So
You should be able to sort it back.
I think
out.
someone.
There
should-
we go.
He just got here and he didn't hear it, so I think someone should probably
Can I-
catch
can
him
I
up
ask-
real quickly.
Can I ask Alan a question? Alan, are you considering applying for the full-time position?
I am not.
Yeah, I talked to him about that on Saturday. He made that clear and he also made it clear that he would do the interim position for us. Alan, I have a quick question for you. There you are, hi. If we were to hire you to be the interim manager, would you be available to do it on a full-time basis? Because we're looking at this proposal that Paul and you, I guess, put together. It ended up in front of us and it makes it look like you're limited to 25 hours. Are you limited to 25 hours or could you do this full-time and be our full-time interim manager until we hire someone?
I could work more hours and do it full time, but I'm concerned about the cost implications for you. And I'm also concerned about, I think there is important synergy with Paul's involvement. And I don't want to discount that. But yes, I am available for more hours.
How many hours?
I
What we're looking at is 25 hours on site. So we think that means 25 hours you could spend here physically in the village every week. How many more hours would you be able to give us beyond the?
Oh, I
25
mean,
on
if
site?
I'm working off-site, that's easy. I can easily do full-time in that scenario.
Okay, so you could be full-time, but only 25 of them would be physically in the village every week.
Yay, at least 20. I'd have to look at doing 25. It's a possibility, but I know I can commit to 20 right now. At this moment, 25 might be a possibility.
Okay, so let's just go with 20 then. So you're telling us you could be here physically 20 hours a week, but give us a 40-hour work week. So it would be half in the village, half outside, half from home.
At a minimum, yes.
And would you want us to pay you by the hour or would you want us to agree to a fee that we pay you per week?
Put him on the spot. Yeah.
Oh, no, look, we have to make decisions based on all of it.
So,
Because by the hour it becomes tough if you're not here. I mean, not that you would come here and punch a clock, but you know what I mean? It's a little easier if you're here in the village. Because we have to mind the money. So it's easier for us if we agreed to a weekly, fee. Do you want to do it, Alan?
yes, I'm very interested in doing it. I mean, and I've already developed an affinity for you guys in the village, and it's one of the reasons why I'm hesitating, because again, I want to be mindful of the financial implications to the budget, because I'm aware of the limitations as much as you are.
I wonder if,
So one of the concerns that I have, guys, and absolutely nothing against Alan. I like Alan a lot. Him and I had a real good rapport on our Zoom call. But anytime you bring in somebody new, right, there's a learning curve. And so you know, for me, there's no learning curve with Paul. There's nothing we're gonna shock Paul with. There's nothing that's gonna hit Paul over the head and go, what? What did I get into? So that to me has a big sense of security, knowing that we're putting somebody in an interim position that has got the background, that understands what's going on here in Biscayne Park better than most of us, right? So, yeah, so I feel very confident with that. Nothing against Alan. But it doesn't matter if it's Alan or if it's whomever we bring here from outside there's going to be a learning curve, and it's going to take time. And frankly, we don't have time. And if we feel like we can, in my opinion, if I feel like I can put somebody there that's just going to take off day one racing, then why am I going to put somebody in a position that it's going, and we're looking to hire somebody else, right? So by the time they get comfortable, they're going to be replaced.
Where I started this whole thing, and I agree. Paul, how many hours can you put in a week total? No, I'm just making a chart here.
So it was 20 to 30.
This is a test, right? See if I remember what I said already. I
It's
think
on record.
Being
think
cross-examined.
20 is on the high end on an average basis. But again, there's another piece to this that might have been lost is my role is going to double no matter what. And however you hire it, I'm going to have to charge you for some of this budget work because that's the manager's job.
Yeah.
And so I hate to be curt, but you have an obligation.
Yeah.
And I have an obligation to make you successful. And so I have to dedicate that time. So that was kind of the thinking, was that I'm going to be fleeting up into the manager's budget role and also the finance director, which is already implied, but that's a lot of work without the manager. And so just trying to figure out how to get you an idea to solve the problem. And so you're going to have to pay something to, and I'll give away as much as I can, but it can only go so far.
Yeah.
So Paul is
I
20
can
hours
expect
plus
20 hours.
Paul is 20 hours plus extra budget hours that we'll pay for. So we'll pay him 20 hours a week. Guys, I'm just thinking through this out loud here, making a chart. I'm getting lost. Paul is 20 hours as manager plus extra hours doing extra budget stuff for which we have to pay him.
You're already paying for that, if you say
Okay.
it that way. Yeah.
Okay.
So the 20 would be inclusive.
So you're saying 20 hours, but some
So
of the-
I'll give you another scenario so it's really clear. If you hire Alan full-time, you're still going to have to pay me at least 5 hours. That without a doubt to fill the role that he's never going to be able to fill during the budget cycle. And I'm sure he'd love to try, but
So can I make a motion?
and he
I'd
says,
like to make a motion.
He says 40 hours.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to hire Paul as our full-time, or as our part-time interim
Interim.
manager.
I still am missing a piece of information in terms of the budget to vote on your.
I have a motion on the table.
I'll second it because I like the idea of it, and it's kind of where I've been starting. I started there 5 years ago, for God's sake, so 4 years ago, whatever it was. So now discuss that because there's a motion on the floor, and then we'll have to take a vote on it.
On the budget again,
Yes,
just to
ma'am.
be sure. So we go back and forth again because I see the 25 hours and the 5 hours, but you're saying for the full amount that the manager currently earns a month, you would be willing to fulfill his role, where present you would take about few hours. The rest will be mostly virtual.
yeah, in that context, it would be about 20 to 25 hours physically, and the rest would definitely be virtual, but I would have to manage it. Correct. The time,
Okay. So he will be
if I understood it right.
physically 25 hours, the rest will be virtual. So to fulfill the entire, okay,
Right here.
I'll recap.
Go ahead.
Let's go back to zero. My question is, the manager makes a certain amount of money per month, and this is where the table was put together per month. You're saying could fulfill his role as an interim, just being the manager. It would take us to spend the same amount a month, right? So there is no impact to our budget because
Right.
this will go as a straight through, same amount of money. I just want to understand, that one means you are 25 hours available a week
Correct.
physically, but the rest could be done virtually. You're available to fulfill whatever is needed beyond the 25 hours, or you're just counting 25 hours. And so then we're paying you by the hour. I'm saying it's not a flat fee.
Either way would work. We could agree on a.
So you understand the difference in that sense? I want to be
Yeah, I
clear
wouldn't,
as-
the first thing I will never do is never charge you beyond your budget. Like, that's just not an option unless that's what you really want to do. And I can't do that.
Yeah,
Time wise. So there isn't enough hours in your budget to cover me full time. We got
Yeah.
that. We've established that. So something in between the two is what we're talking
is
about.
what you're
So
willing to
yes,
give.
the answer is in between the two. You could meet your budget. I could do the interim, but there'd have to be some, some understanding of what those days would look like, what the hours would look like, and the combination of virtual, which is a blessing we didn't have at our disposal as easily a few years ago.
Got it. Okay. That answers.
We're both very confused.
All right. So my question was, first off, to understand the difference between fee and hourly rate, because then it just changes everything, right? We need to be fair with him to pay him whatever he works for. And it's not because, okay, so a full-time week, it's 40 hours. And what Paul is saying is, okay, I'll be able to fulfill the role of the manager, charging the same amount per month that Mario makes. So there is no difference in our budget, but his availability is physically 25 hours. Any extras, he would try to accommodate, correct? But you're not committing to the full week availability because you have another full-time job and
Correct.
you have to provide for that.
Correct.
So in essence, we don't know how many specific hours that will depend on those weeks and the amount of workload that we'll have to see, but we're paying a fee.
Started by saying 20 hours a week.
Physically, yeah. Well, then you add in the budget cycle and some other overlaps. Yeah, it's going to grow. Yeah. The same answer is it's unlimited the hours I work for you. That is a concept of being an interim manager. There is no time clock. No, no. So that we'll start there. Working backwards, the physical time is really the next topic. The physical time on property, I think a reasonable expectation is 20 hours. Yeah.
You said you have other clients and you couldn't do more than 20.
I didn't want to. Yeah.
And that's why I wanted to clarify, you understand?
Yeah,
'Cause
you
I
do
think
realize
there's
you're
a certain
erasing
amount of
vacations
hours.
and family time. So I have to juggle reality and
Yeah.
I'm trying to give
Yeah.
you an option that fit that. I'll do it if you really want, if that's the right answer for this village, I can do the 20 hours and I can do the full-time interim. If that's what works best for you. Yes, I can do it.
Full-time, unlimited hours, whatever it takes to get the job done every week, and a minimum of 20 of them will be physically in this building.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's not the answer I thought I heard a while ago. Now I'm- Okay. So I have the same, then I would like to hear the same question of Isa, and, I mean, Isa, you're whatever it takes too, because you're already a full-time employee. Well, I think, but in order to do this, I'd need to know the same information from other people. I need to be able to compare apples to apples, or otherwise, Art, I'll have to vote no, and then I'll say, I want to come back and now I want to make a motion to hire Paul. So I just need the info. I mean, Issa, you're full-time anyway, right? And you're 40 hours on site. So you're unlimited, basically, you're gonna do whatever it takes, and 40 of them are here. Okay. Okay, so he's unlimited number of hours. Issa's also whatever it takes to get the job done, and 40 of them are on site.
Yes.
Paul is whatever it takes to get the job done, but only 20 of them are on site. And Alan, what's your answer?
I need to understand the question, sir.
How many hours total can you put into the job, period, a week to get the job done? And how many of them will be on site in Biscayne Park?
A minimum of 20 hours on site
Uh-huh.
and realistically as many hours as it will take to get the job done otherwise.
Okay,
I mean,
so then here's.
That's
okay.
what a manager is.
Okay.
You know,
So-
Paul's the same thing.
Okay, so here's what we have, guys. We have three people that are saying I will do whatever it takes to get the job done. Paul and Alan both say 20 hours in Biscayne Park, and Issa is 40 hours in Biscayne Park because it's what he does anyway. So Alan and Paul gave the exact same answer. Issa's is different. He spends more time on site.
Yeah.
Now it's a matter of how much we pay these guys. So that's the other missing link. So if we went
Can I add
by-
one thing to that? Mac, I just wanted to hear from Mario, your recommendation based on these options that we have. I mean, you know, Isa, you've worked with Alan, you know, Paul. So what do you think about this scenario of hybrid? What do you suggest is the best that
said
we
no
currently
hybrid.
have?
Yeah, so listen, at the end of the day, I think Isa has a lot of the skill sets that it can take to do this job. There's a lot of things that he still will need to learn at a higher level than what he's had to do at the park. But he's one of our workhorses, you know, same as Shantae, same as Louis, same as some of our officers, you know, and a couple of our public works guys. They're our workhorses. So not putting anything down on Isa with that. However, my recommendation still stands from the email. I think the proposal that was given to you by both Alan and Paul is a good measure of how to do it. I completely understand where Paul is coming from with needing to guide through this budget and this department, figuring out what it's going to take when we get what the evaluation is, what the millage is, how are we going to stay there. There's a lot of hours that goes into that. Not only during the day, I tend to work nights and weekend a lot more because it's not just, oh, what does the department need? It's now trying to figure out, now that we have an idea of what the puzzle is going to look like, how do I start cutting the various pieces so that they fit into the puzzle? Because they don't always fit. And it's, how is this priority going to be higher than the other one? So knowing that Paul is going to be leading that, and then all of your priorities, then having to deal with all the day-to-day stuff that just ends up happening. That's why, for me, the two-headed monster approach was better than just one person. So now, whether you want to say Paul is the main guy and he's going to be responsible for everything, and then Alan, we're going to take you and you're going to help with some day-to-day stuff, but if something comes up, we're all going to Paul and he's going to be the final say. I don't think that they would be opposed to something like that. They work together, and you know, until you guys get a permanent, my recommendation from the email still stands. If you're going to pick one or the other, and Paul's willing to be here, then great. If you want someone sitting in the seat for 40 hours, then really your only option is Isa. I think that part of the remote work is, you all have seen when I've gotten sick or when my family's had COVID, I can do this job remotely. So it's not unheard of in today's world. So I don't know that sitting in the seat gives you that more of an advantage after a few hours a day if you're able to time it properly. So it just, it's a non-answer, and I apologize for that, but
that's good.
My email still sticks for that recommendation.
Okay, so if I may, we're now looking at the situation where Paul and Alan say unlimited, whatever it takes to get the job done, 20 hours on site. Isa is unlimited, 40 on site. And to borrow a phrase from Paul, everyone will, tell me if I get it right, fleet up. So Issa's going to fleet up, Shantae is, other employees are there. Everyone's going to step up their game because that's what's going to be required here. And I'll say right now in advance, thank you for what you're about to do. So everybody involved, but I'm going to stick with seconding Art's motion. And because of Paul's experience here in the village, I'm much more comfortable given this set of facts now, assuming they all do it for the same amount of money, which will be the next, if we just say, here's how much you spend on Mario a month, and we spend that much to make it happen, I'm happy with that. And we can get out of this situation anytime we want to. We're not signing a contract. This is just, you know, we will have to adjust some things in his contract, but it's not a permanent thing. So Art, I'm with you. I'm happy with Paul.
So based on where we are with this discussion, then we have a motion, we have a second. Can we move the motion to vote? Yes, all right. Can we get a vote on the motion that's outstanding, please? Wait for.
Can I, before we take the vote, can I ask you a procedural question? Ed? If we, and I should know the answer to this, I apologize. If we vote something down, can the motion be made a second time at the same meeting? No. Okay. I want everyone to understand that. If you vote this down, no one can nominate Paul 20 minutes from now and say, okay, I changed my mind. I want to vote for Paul. Paul's off the table now the rest of this meeting. Just letting you know.
Individually or jointly?
I mean, he says he's going to be doing the financial end of things anyways. Either way, we're paying Paul, right? For, in that role. It's that, does he want to really do all of the manager tasks, which we have Isa on site for? We haven't heard from any opinion of the clerk, which I'd like to ask for input if that's okay. It's going to affect your daily work life. So at the risk of putting you on the spot.
Regardless, yeah.
It is. She may have a valuable input that she's comfortable sharing.
To be honest, I am willing to work with either scenario. It's just part of the job. Yeah, thanks for putting me on the spot, but I mean, if we have to, if there's a must to have a physical person on site, then yes, I would say that I would choose my colleague who is familiar with everyone and who knows the day-to-day function of the village, the residents, alike. So if I had to say that, but I mean, again, just the clerk. But I do agree that Paul has the experience with the budget and, with the various functions of being a manager. So, and Mr. Cohen as well. So I'm here. I mean, again, like you said, fleet up. My dad was paramilitary, so I understand the verbiage very well. So I'm here to work either way it goes.
No.
Okay, can we need to take.
Let's, all right.
What happens?
Can we revise? So what was the motion on the floor to approve?
To give Paul, Art, do you want to repeat your motion?
Yes, to make him the interim, to make Paul the interim manager.
Or following,
Not this scenario.
following the monthly amount, using that monthly amount to hire him to be.
And the change also in the amount of time that you had asked him as well.
Yeah, he agreed that it would be whatever it takes to get the job done and 20 hours a week minimum on.
Exactly. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider this? Yes, we're gonna vote on this, okay.
And so the motion made by Commissioner Gonzalez, we have the second still standing from Commissioner Kennedy. We want to roll? No? Okay, all right, so we'll move to vote. All in favor?
I,
You guys got to vote.
It's a no for me.
Sorry, those opposed? Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, what? We have two ayes. I vote aye. And those opposed? Sorry.
I voted nay.
Got it already. So, I really, what I'm having a hard time with is just this whole thing of a fee versus the hours that I see in front of me. I understand you would do the full-time job, but now I don't know what your responsibilities are as a financial director, how much we pay you for that besides this. So are we increasing the rate hourly that we normally would pay you for? I know there's separate roles, but I am thinking about how that plays out. And then the other part of the stability of having someone here.
I mean to put you on the spot, but is that in a yes or a no?
Gonna be a no.
Okay, what passes 3-2?
Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Isa,
Isa,
and thank you, Alan. We appreciate all of you guys sticking it through and listening to us.
So Jonathan, that motion that included the money is good enough. It kind of wraps it all up. And what has to happen next? Do we need to have a contract come back with amendments? His contract come back with an amendment?
His contract already has stipulation for hours outside of scope, which is still aligns with the same amount hourly. So that contract's already been signed. Does it still need to come back even though it's already been?
But if that's hourly and we now got, he just agreed to do it for a flat fee, unlimited.
We'll look at it, bring it back next month.
Repeat what you just said?
Yeah, there would be a stipulation that it's an hourly but not to exceed, and it would just be a fixed
You'll
amount.
still get the job done, but the fee is not to exceed this amount.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. fair.
Well, we don't have to wait till next month for him to start.
No, because in this proposal is already 5 hours.
Not, and this meeting too.
Is he charging us for this meeting? Okay. Okay.
And so,
Alan, thank you so much.
Thanks, Alan.
For your patience.
No worries at all. I'm sure we'll be talking soon anyhow.
We'll be zooming on Saturday, Alan.
Yes.
I'm sure I speak for all of us when I say all three of you folks are appreciated in everything that you do already for us. So thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good night.
All right, I think that, yeah, well, we're past. I think that concludes 13A unless there's any other discussion on that item. If not, I'd like to move us to 13B, which is SFM maintenance recap. 13B, which was moved to the front of new business under the amended schedule, amended agenda. Excuse me. That was correct. Yes, we moved. Okay, it was 13B. Okay. 13B is SFM maintenance recap. Mr. Manager, would you please introduce this item for us?
Sure. Actually, I'm gonna ask Isa to go up to the podium. And he can walk you through the conversations, the tour, everything that was done, including the work and the after action report and conversations he's had with the vendor. One thing I just do want to add, the vendor did mention when we did the initial tour, one of the things that he sees is the need for nutrients. And so he recommended an organic fertilizer. I have since sent that information over to Parks and Parkway as well as the Resiliency Board so that they can review the product. I don't think the Parks and Parkway Board was able to meet, but they do have the information, and I'm hoping their next meeting they will give me. Resiliency Board last week, if I'm not mistaken, they unanimously supported using the product and the software that was using the product, that was recommended by SFM for use throughout the village. So once I get from Parks and Parkway, then I'll bring it to the commission for discussion and hopefully allowing staff to purchase it so that it can be used throughout the village. Isa, can you just walk through what the process is before and then after their service and where they did all the work?
So our first service dates.
Hold it up to the mic. Yeah, you got
First service dates we started in April. April 13th, SFM serviced the small village parks and all the signage area. They followed up because of rain on the 14th to do the regular median locations. And then they came back on, so they're coming twice a month. That was the first service date. The second service date was April 27th, where they tended to all the large median locations. The schedule set for May is Thursday the 4th and then the 18th to follow those same locations on the first and second arrival. Did a walkthrough with two representatives to go through all the areas before they started. just to get an oversight of what we were expecting from them, and what they felt like they can accomplish in those 2 days and how many areas. So they got through everything that was on the list. Obviously, just is going to be a little bit of a learning curve. So we make sure that they're tending to the landscape per your direction and per the village's goals for what they want the village to look like. I know the manager spoke earlier about Mr. Keys offering some help with me in regards to walking around. We have scheduled that for next week, hopefully. Nature Safe is the fertilizer that they recommended. Parks and Parkways did receive that information. We had it at the last meeting, but not everybody had it, so we pushed it to the next to get their opinion on that. So as we stand now, for Thursday, they will be here for the first schedule of the second month. I don't know if you all have any questions in regards to the areas they're doing. That we are not servicing the Ed Burke Recreation Center. That is still being done in-house, especially with the rainy season. We need to mow that weekly in regards to just everything we have going on there. So that was one of the things that was left off the scope.
May I?
Yeah.
Isa, thank you so much. I was hoping to hear about the comments that were made by Mr. Keys and the photos with regard to like the weed whackers and the, native plants being cut back. Just the response from SFM on that, because it sounds like there was some follow-up and response from them already regarding that.
Mr. Manager, did you receive direct response in regards to that? I didn't. I know Jose was going to meet with me when they come out Thursday, which is our rep for this location. I'm not sure if he passed on any information to the manager yet, but we were going to do a walkthrough in first thing.
I could
Thursday
be
morning.
mistaken. I could be.
Yeah, so I've tried to see if I can reach him to see if he can join via Zoom. And I don't see that it's been read. So I can definitely have SFM come for the June meeting. They did kind of explain to me the process, but I will tell you, I will completely butcher the explanation and will probably make it more confusing or more outrageous that they're doing it. So I don't want to put words in their mouth as to why they're doing things a certain way and what they're looking to accomplish with it. I'm not that expert. I don't really see that much of a change on anything, to be completely honest, with what they're doing. I know that we expressed quite extensively the concern with, especially like around the log cabin and things like that, the idea is natural growth. And keeping that aesthetic look to it. I know around the log cabin, I told them, listen, cut these hedges down, or not the log cabin, I'm sorry, the village hall, cut these hedges down because some of the hedges were completely starting to block the window, and we weren't getting light. It almost, at least in my office, it started to feel like I was in a cave a little bit more than normal. So I asked them to go a little bit lower on that more manicured look. And I told them to give me a manicured look on 6th Avenue. 6th Avenue is really DOT. I don't want any type of vegetation growing outside of that median. I know that's a concern for DOT to begin with. And we live in an urban center. And so it's not a natural environment. So I think especially 6th Avenue, I wanted that to be considered more of that manicured look where everything's just kind of squared off. The other areas, it's really up to you as to what you all and what the board Parks and Parkway wants. And so I can definitely bring them in June to sit here and talk to you and answer those questions and all. But outside of that, from my perspective, I don't see too much of a change around. So
You don't see too much of a change, meaning you don't see that they did any work, or you don't see that it's cut any differently than?
I can notice like around the log cabin that it has been trimmed, but not to the extent that I would say it looks like it's manicured in a homeowners association. Yeah.
May I? Okay, so look, first of all, thanks, Dan Keys, for your expertise, because guys, if you don't know, he really is an expert in this. Like really, you can lean on him for this and you can trust what he tells you. I'm a plant person as well, to a tiny degree of what Dan Keys is, but I took this very seriously when this matter came to us, and I agreed I would go along with this. I voted for it, and I said, you know, to quote Art from over the weekend, trust but verify. So at the time I said, I want to know when they're coming. I want to go out and check it out. I'm going to myself go see what happens here because I don't want this village, I don't want the landscaping damaged in the village. So I did that. I checked with Mario. I knew what day they were coming and I went for a walk one day and the sun came up on Biscayne Park and I walked every single one of those things. I also drove around and checked some of them again. I took pictures. I can sit down with you and show you guys the pictures if you want to. I took lots of pictures at every single site I knew they were coming to. Then when I verified that they had come and done the work, I went back and I did it again. And I have to tell you, I'm really not pleased with what I saw out there. I saw little work in some of these areas. Some of it was done really half-assed and some butchery kind of stuff. Exactly what I didn't want to see. To make matters worse, in some of these places, a bunch of them, they left plant matter around. So things they cut were laying there in the gardens. I'm like, they didn't even pick this stuff up. Right out here was one of them. Directly outside this door was one of them. Grass was cut and the grass was just the ornamental grasses, not grass, ornamental grasses were cut and it was laying in there. They worked on some of the entrance signs, Isa, and I went back and looked at them like, well, they were here and there's a dead plant that they left here behind here. Dan, what are the plants that come around the ends? The low plants that come around the ends. It's the cocoa, it's a cocoa plum behind the sign and what's the low one in the front? Before the grasses. Not lantana. That one. Some of them are dead, like big dead sections in there, and they were just left behind. I have to tell you, I was so disappointed when I went around because it's exactly what I feared I was going to see, is exactly what I saw. Every single thing wasn't terrible, but there was a lot of really bad stuff. Now, when I went around and looked prior to them coming, I sent a very detailed email. I think I just sent it to Mario. I probably didn't send it to you because I try not to communicate with staff directly. But I sent a very detailed area. I was just out, guys. I sent it really early in the morning, just got back, and here's what I saw. Area by area by area by area. This is what needs to be done. This is what I'm afraid of. This is what they should be doing while they're there. And most of it wasn't done. At the Pocket Park, there's like a big dead branch up there, sitting there in plain view. And I'm like, they didn't even take that with them? Specifically in the Pocket Park. I call it the Pocket Park. You call it something else. The butterfly park. There are a million potato vines in there. And that was one of the things I said, because one of the things they're supposed to do is weed, right? Well, guys, sometimes weeding means you're on your hands and knees pulling weeds out. I do it every weekend, I can tell you. And in that Pocket Park, there are 10 million potato vines this big that are going to be up through that garden after this rain. And they're all still there. It's the one thing I thought, I'm going to go back and those damn potato vines better not be there. Bam, there they are. More of them, bigger, because a couple of days of rain had gone by. So I'm just going to tell you, I was supportive of this because I'm trying to be supportive of, well, Mario's leaving now, but I was trying to be supportive of his efforts to outsource things and get better quality things for us because we are such a small staff. And my big concern, and I know I remember Veronica voicing the same thing at the time, was oversight. Do we have the ability to provide the oversight that it needs? I don't know what went wrong, but I would not hire these people to come back and do that again, what they did. And I also asked, how many man hours did they spend? How much money did this cost us? I'd still like an answer on that. I didn't get the answer, but I'm telling you, I was not happy at all. What I was afraid I was going to see is exactly what I saw.
That's why I asked for the progress, because while I'm not an expert in this at all, if we call ourselves a, bird sanctuary and we're concerned about the native plants and such like that, we just would hope that we're able to reflect that in the care, what we're paying for. I did speak with a landscape architect who told me that a lot of times when you have a contractor like this, you go through and you have the checklist and you go, oh, didn't weed, not paying that on this invoice. Oh, didn't carry away the plant matter, taking that off of the monthly fee. So there is recourse for us. Maybe we're all just getting to know each other with this vendor and they come back next month or Thursday with, putting their best foot forward. You know, certainly the representative who was here with us when we signed the contract was, you know, saying all the right things. So, and I know it's a lot to put on you to have that oversight on them, Issa. So it's certainly nothing, you know, not an ill word for you at all. But having gotten that email with the photos from Dan, from Mr. Keys, I thought, oh, this is perfect. Let's send this on. And then additionally, if we can go minus, and they can feel it in the pocketbook, maybe we salvage the relationship or we cut it. I don't know. I'm sure there's an out in the contract.
I want to add one thing on, you just reminded me of something I wanted to say. And Dan said it very well in his email to all of us, but I certainly witnessed it as well. When you treat some of these native plants like that, it takes a while for them to bounce back. We don't have landscaping in very many places in this village that are like homeowners association landscaping where you can come in and weed whack it and hedge it. And when it's done wrong, that plant is going to take a growing season or more for it to come back and look its natural shape and come back and give you that beautiful natural feel that the Parks and Parkways Board for many years under Dan's leadership really worked so hard to accomplish for us, because that's fitting in our brand, you know, and when the plant gets whacked like that, right, Dan?
So I agree with both of you. That was the fear initially. You know, I agreed as well to try something different than what we currently had. But I think the lack of visibility in terms of our expertise, in-house expertise that can guard this supervisor that says everything is okay, the QC being done within the vendor and then us turning around and paying for that QC. It is a conflict. We can't really rely clearly on what they submit as done to the standards that we may be presented. To that point, I think, again, we need to utilize the resources that we have best. So if Keys you're an expert, the Park and Parkways, you know, they can support us and maybe come up with some sort of a measurement of plan of what do we define as a standard. And I don't think, again, we can define it because we don't have the expertise. And we rely on the vendors and an expert can come and say, that's actually not happening. Okay, so what's the middle point? We don't have anybody controlling moving forward. So for me, this is one of those things that I would pause until I have a manager in place and we really decide clearly what the structure of public works is going to be. Bleeding money, and I'm being respectful. I know it's not just throwing it away. But in our perspective, not getting the value of what we paying for, for me, it's a non-negotiable. So I think I would pause it, the service, with the learnings that we need to have someone on board that understands and can evaluate what that is, having a clear structure on public works and how that operates with any external vendor. And because we're going through the process of deciding who the next manager would be, I think that's one of those tasks that I would just put it on the back burner.
So if I may, Mr. Mayor, so to first kind of go back as Commissioner Kennedy, as it was reported back in the February meeting when it was decided, the rate per visit is about $1,400 per visit. It's a crew of 5 people at $35 an hour, so that doesn't change. So that's still the same. So to date, it's about $2,800 that the village has used for April. Hearing the commission, I would, you know, I guess the recommendation that I would do is just I can call the SFM tomorrow, put a pause for May, that we're not moving forward. As of right now, have Mr. Keys and Issa get together. I know that they were scheduling it a little bit earlier today. Have them get together. Mr. Keys, if you think that there's a way that our existing employees can get the job done, then, you know, Issa can come back in June and kind of report what the plan of action is to move forward. And we kind of see if that's going to work. And then as you all come with a final or a permanent manager, then, you know, this can be revisited, whether it's, you know, hiring a full-time or some type of part-time arborist or additional crews within Public Works or going back out and getting another quote either from SFM or one of the others that are in the that bid. This RFP allows us to get multiple quotes for services because it's not exclusive. Then, you know, the village can see if that will meet whatever it is that you all want to get to as well.
Can I ask you, Mario? Sorry. Sure. Just a procedural question with respect to the contract that we have. If we hypothetically go forward with this, we put it on hold, we have Mr. Keys and Issa kind of talk about a better way to approach trimming, assuming that's even the right answer. It may not even be the right answer at all, but let's just assume for sake of conversation that we get to that point and we say, we have a plan on a way to care for these things that we think is appropriate and approvable. Is that direction that we can give to SFM? Or that the contractual? Okay, of
course.
I just want to know if it was even, if it's even.
Yeah.
We can give them that direction, but it depends on the skill level of the employees that they have, whether they can
If it's
execute to plan.
right, if it's even possible. I mean,
Here's the thing, it's gonna be.
I'm getting ahead of us.
Listening to Mario, it's gonna be very difficult to hire someone to do this kind of work unless they really are native plant experts or have taken the time to learn how to do it or really understand what our expectations are. I personally think it's easier, just like flip the coin around. It'd be easier to hire someone like that to come in and cut the grass because they kind of can't mess up, right? Cut the grass and do stuff like that and have our in-house people be people that we train to do the important stuff that creates our look. Because look, so what's happening now is we hire these people to come in and do this and your guys are cutting the grass, right? Okay. Well, and you can't control the people that you're bringing in here, but you can hire someone pretty confidently and say, cut the grass every Thursday, you know, and they kind of can't mess that up too much. SFM I'm talking about, and your staff is, you know, trained to do good work.
And I think a lot of it depends on the direction that you want us to go. Being here long enough, I also know that the staff, yes, they in the past haven't been sent for training as they should have, but also they have a sense of not understanding what the direction is because when they do things, they've been told it isn't right or it isn't correct. So then you get you get
They're
a little
confused.
scared to use your tools.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you
Yep.
don't know what the direction is and where that direction is coming from. Not to also mention it's somewhat been a revolving door with their management there as well.
Who's
So
management?
with Public Works.
Public Works, yeah, of course.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I think when Mario tasks me when the manager tasked me to oversee SFM, he immediately said, we are going to hold them to a high accountability. But we are also going based off your direction. Obviously, I would have loved to get with Mr. Keys before they went out the first time, so maybe we could have nipped some of that in the bud. But even when we did the walkthrough with them, we gave them direct direction of what we wanted. Now, some people's idea of what is right and what is wrong obviously doesn't always line up. And I think I know they said a few times, hey, some of this stuff we need to cut back just to kind of see where we are in regards to it being their first month working here. But again, we wanted to hold them to a high accountability. If you all feel that we should put a pause, then maybe entertain some of these other opportunities. Also getting with Parks and Parkways, I'm there at that meeting every month as well. But starting with Mr. Keys and doing that, walking around, and then getting the guys into some more training and education, and even myself in regards to that while I'm still the interim manager with Public Works.
I'll agree with what Veronica Amsler said, that pressing pause on this. And look, this work that they're doing, that can kind of be let go for a while. The grass has to be cut.
Right.
The place has to look red up. Pennsylvania expression you probably don't know. The place has to look red up, and that means cut the grass and do some edging and do the basic stuff and pick up the dead palm fronds and all that stuff. So I'm happy with that happening and let the other stuff cut. It can go for a little bit. The native stuff can let it go until we have a manager. That person figures out the Public Works role and how we're going to move forward with this, but it's too important to mess up. It's really too important. So are we gonna,
So do we need a motion or do we have a
is that a consensus thing?
If there's consensus, then I'll just do that. Yeah.
Anybody not agree with what Veronica and I are saying?
Sounds good. Yeah. Yeah, pause.
So when you do this walk with Mr. Keys, we'll get a quality sort of checklist or out of that, do you anticipate? You know, this is how we care for the native plants at X median. This is how, you know, sort of, I think that would be so beneficial moving forward. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Isa.
Thanks, Isa. Right, that's 13B. Our next item is the top of the original business, which is 12A, Village Communication. In about 15 minutes, how do we, Commissioner, how do you feel about,
That's the attitude.
I like it.
That is awesome.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Ansel?
Procedural question. If she doesn't get through her item and we decide not to extend the meeting, which, you know, I'll always extend the meeting, does that inhibit her ability to come back and finish it up? Or what would happen next meeting? She'd pick up where she left off? I just don't want Veronica to not get through.
Oh, if you all want to continue the conversation at the next meeting, we just roll it over.
There we go. Let me just pull this up real quick because I had closed it. Of course, I had closed it. There we go. At the bottom, Village Communication. Okay, so I'm not going to go through all the documents I know you all have read because we've had it 2 months in a row. But so this is an opportunity, I see, for us to improve an area that I think it's going to be very much needed also coming into an interim manager. A lot of anxiety in terms of uncertainty happening. So communications need to be clearer more than ever. I see 2 areas of communications that when I was thinking about this item, one is external and the other one's internal. And 2 items that didn't make the agenda and decided to be postponed because of the news of the manager was going to be manager's report, manager's evaluation. So that's kind of the internal sort of communication to be also discussed. And the other part is external. So it's how we communicate with all our residents, our staff, our stakeholders, in essence. Lots has been happening, and I would like to show, I put together a few slides. Mario, do you have control of the Zoom? How do I present? What I have is very straightforward.
You should be able to share your screen now.
Let's see. Let's see if I can figure this thing. Okay, share screen and this one over here. All right. Is it there? Perfect. It is. Nice. All right. So I just went ahead and very quickly took pictures of what are our channels of communications that we're currently using. The host of everything for us is our website, right? And our website basically has all the information anybody that wants to know about anything can get, right? So that's where we pull all our events, our agendas, our permits, everything goes there. We also have our email blasts, the database basically we use to promote all the different activity that goes on in the village. And this is to give you an idea, between March, there was something around 20 something email blasts. So it's not that we're not communicating or we're not putting messages out there. At least on the email blast, we are. And I think that is a great improvement to what I saw before jumping in the commission, honestly. And I love this. I think maybe it is a bit too much sometimes, and we need to define clearly where we communicate what. So here we have about 1,000 people, residents that the email blast gets to. And just to give an idea, I gave Mario an example. I have unread, this is not to be proud of, but I have, oh, why? How did I pause it? Why is it not? That's so weird. It is. Yeah. Click. There we go. Now it says stop. No. No. It's like it can't connect. What if you click slideshow? Slideshow. There we go. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's fine. Thank you, Mario. So an example again that I gave Mario, when we have, imagine this is what people see, right? So we're communicating everything that's happening. People are getting into their emails. If you're lucky, they're not going to this to spam. And most of occasions, unless you have them as a contact set up, with most people don't, it could end up in spam. And so I have about 3,800 emails unread because a lot of it is spam, and I get a lot of, promotions, whatever it might be. 3,000 emails unread, they're identified as spam, and that's why I don't even get to the folder. That's what I'm trying to say. A lot of it can get lost in there. But we are communicating through email blast. Next, if I can manage here. Then we have Nextdoor. There's a lot happening in Nextdoor. Not a lot of traction. You see some likes, some few comments here and there, but we're put everything that we have on an email blast. We're also posting it on Nextdoor. Mario, I don't think that Nextdoor rules by followers, or I think it's connections, but I didn't see the number anywhere. It's something interesting Mario told me that I didn't know is that whatever he posts, he can see, but he cannot see the rest of the community's posts, which I think it's kind of defeats the purpose. So if we have Dan here talking about landscape and it has a point to make, he doesn't see it. So that is a limitation of the platform, because what you're trying to, and you're hoping is that the right people see it, right? It's because it's an organization, it kind of limits him to do that. So that was interesting. And then we have Facebook. We have about 800 followers. We have Instagram, which we launched in December. So only 72 followers, clearly, because it's a new platform. And then we have our YouTube channel where people can see, we just use it for the uploading of this sort of meeting. So this is what I would love to see happening. And this is a proposal I wanted to bring to you guys. Very, very simplified. I just grabbed my Google Calendar and pasted. Okay, let's imagine that every Friday we have, it could be every Friday, it could be every other Friday. We define the frequency. But we have a communication coming from the boards. So we have the foundation telling us what's happening. And we don't need to see all the invitations through the email blast, but I think the email blast is as a role, it could be a great opportunity to do a summarize of what's happening that month. So the foundation, what they did, they could be specific about Earth Day, but it would be for the members of the foundation to provide this staff. So it doesn't always rely on staff, the producing all of this content, right? Because it's a lot of work. I've spoken with some of them and they were all on board on this. I have to extend it to all the boards. I don't foresee them having issues in doing this because they have things to say. They've been working on so much, they want to expose it. Yeah. This is how I envision communications happening as a whole, right? No, this is for us to organize communications. Yes, this is not visible to this will be staff. So staff will be like, okay, foundation, do you have? And I'm trying to ask 45 days in advance, if you can, for things happening. So that allows them enough time. Clearly, if you have an event and you want to run a post after, I don't think this is the right platform, like the email blast that we've been using the most. But again, it would be for the boards to do once a month an update on what's going on. I think it connects about what the purposes of the boards are. It allows for the boards to come with mainly what they're working on, or if they need to ask for engagement in any way. This is just, so if you see here, so nobody except for staff And this will be a Google stuff, including us, the boards. And the reason I'm saying us is you'll, as I continue, you'll see this. But so see you on Friday the 2nd here. You have the foundation put in, talking about their efforts. On the 9th, we'll have a commissioner, one of us 5, using the platform to communicate with, coming from Mac, coming from Veronica Oliveira, and first and last name. It's your perspective. It's an update. It could be a specific issue you want to discuss. It could be an update of everything we've been talking about. It could be whatever you decide it needs to be, but we rotate that role. And then, and that way, whenever we see a logo from the village, branded village, it's the same format across the board. It creates a sort of consistency that people are used to see and that recognize this comes from government and staff and everything that we push as a whole. For example, in yellow, the Artboard event. So on Monday after the event, there is a capture of like 3-4 pictures and saying we've raised so much money. We did, you know, if it's the foundation in this case, or how many people we got, or whatever it might be. The PMP board as well, the Parks and Parkways, the Artboard, the Manager's Corner. And that I think it's a main one for me. A monthly update on what's being discussed, a monthly update on the insights, not so much, and that's why I was hoping in the future to touch on the manager's report, which has a lot of data, but I would love to see that into insights, like how I'd rather see 1 page of 10 things than a lot. Because then what it tends to happen is a copy paste from previous months, and then you don't see the differences anymore. It's like you look for the differences. So just the insights. So from a manager's standpoint, in this case, Paul, it will be a role of you to take. Say you have 1 month and you have the opportunity to say, from this corner, this is what's happening. We're working on a storm project is about to end. We're working on the next phase for paving. The areas of such the streets are going to be, look out for that. Call me if you have question. Next, it could be literally 3 things, 1, 5. I mean, that's a decision to make, but concise. And again, a channel where people can consistently see government. And I want to see Biscayne Park as a logo with everybody on board, because it creates the synergy, I think, that people want to see, and then showcase what we're working on.
I make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:15. I want to hear Veronica get through her presentation.
I'll be very brief. I'm literally done. Yeah.
I'll second.
Okay.
On the motion.
This is an idea again. This is,
We need a vote on we have a motion.
yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank
Can you-
you. So just to finalize, this is a template I put together in Google Doc. It could live in Google Doc. It could rotate. We can decide a specific day per month. The idea is that the boards know that they have to provide this content to us with a certain amount of time in advance. And the whole invitation for you guys to come to this point and have this discussion was to provide staff to do the homework and go back to the boards and say, when do they need it to have it, and so that we can put this together. So I think it more now than ever, because we're going to have this interim situation happening. I think we all need to be very active. And one thing is, and I know, Mag, you're super active on Nextdoor, and you have, your email blast that you do. But my whole idea here was to provide a space that is government, and that regardless if I'm here or not here, or you or who's next, has a space, and people expect to have at least one update from their municipality, from government in this case, updating them on what's going on. So I think managers report, managers corner, as I call it, as an email blast, is huge. And then talk to the boards about how they want to maximize the channels that we have. I'll leave it there.
Can I ask Ed a quick question? Ed, it's something like the calendar, just the calendar portion that she's showing that basically is the funnel for the information. That's required to be a public document as well, correct?
I didn't understand enough of it to give you an answer.
She's proposing a calendar that is the conduit for all of us, the boards, to dump the information that staff then uses to disseminate. That in itself has to be a public document, yeah?
Anything produced for the village is a public document.
So then it's a public just making sure you're aware of that. Okay.
It doesn't mean that it's accessible to
It doesn't
everybody,
mean like you advertise it and let people know about it, but it is something.
but if someone were to ask, then
Can't
they
put
get
their
it.
Fingers
Yeah.
in it, but
And you can't communicate with yourself.
through that, correct. Yeah.
So that's why I was thinking it as a, Google Doc that lives somewhere, has only viewing options. And then you leave it as that. Whoever wants to know what's coming, they can see it. But it's also a way for all the boards to be aware who's next, when's the day, what is expected, who is expecting what, when.
So you're asking for input? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So action.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
So if you would, what I wanted to ask is if we can instruct the manager before he leaves to have this in a way provided that every board agrees to move it forward with this, we would establish something like that moving forward. So we can leave to Paul to administer it.
Okay, so can I comment? Because we're gonna run out of time and I don't want your item to be pushed again. The topic of communication and elevating it in Biscayne Park, absolutely 1,000,000%. This way and other ways and coming up with some kind of a comprehensive way and to funnel the information, yes. I much prefer that we table it until we hire a manager and the manager is involved in the organization, citing the technology and the softwares and how. I don't think we should be doing this on an interim basis. I think we have plenty going on that we don't need to be burdening the staff that's going to be fleeting up to take something new on. And I don't want to burden Mario with it either, but absolutely, Veronica, like truly, please
Yeah.
get it all figured out and help the new help the new manager and get it all up and running. But I think not now.
I completely agree. And I also think that we need to get the village attorney's perspective on this because there is a ton of sunshine issues that can arise from this. People communicating ideas through that can be coming before their boards or even, it can open up a lot of windows that we need to look at before we would even consider launching something like this. So, but I'm all for communication. I mean, that's very important.
And a couple of
Can add-
specific things. Yeah.
Yeah, no, just to add the last portion, because I didn't mention about the apps that we did explore with Mario. I mean, we asked for some quotes and I mean, I started the conversation with GoGov and I found to be amazing. In the future,
Can you have someone send that link to me? Because I cannot get it to play.
yes, of course, I will.
Okay.
So it's very straightforward. Ideally, I would love to see it as a next step, as an app. It is $3,000 or something like that. It's nothing, literally.
I thought, I understood that.
Yeah.
I think some of our existing software that we already own and use has some kinds of these capabilities. For example, the website, the company that we hired to do the website, that some of that, there's a communications platform that came along with that, correct?
There's an option to do that, but we took away that option when we left the
Media.
the email blast portion of it and we moved it to constant contact. Yeah.
Well,
We're not paying for services that we're not
I
receiving.
just want to make sure we're not kind of duplicating.
No, I did explore prior to putting this together clearly, what our options were, but I just knocked on some vendors just to get some ideas. There's $20,000 a module because it's huge, just like OpenGov that we have. And then there is this guy that's all they do with municipalities. They grab it, they translate what you have on your website into a more mobile opportunity. And what I like is that the next phase of that is adding a tracking system. So when you get a request, you do it straight from your app, you press request, you can say there is that squirrel in the corner of such and such, you put a picture.
North Miami has that, and I think people are really engaged with it.
And it's literally a very straightforward, and for the cost benefit that I saw, something that I would like to explore. So I totally agree with you guys. I mean, this was prior to Mario announcing that he was leaving. I do want to, though, I would like to put that out there that I think it is needed to have a systematic communication now that there's not going to be a manager on the long term and we're going to have an interim for we don't know how long. So if we could at least, I'm not asking to spend any money because all of this is a Google Calendar for free. It's just arranging. And I did talk to Valerie about the idea in my head, this is not sharing information. This is not us uploaded. This is during their board meetings. someone deciding what they want to talk about. So Martha would be, for the art board.
The point is, if Martha put something up and Nicole went on there and saw it, then that's a sunshine violation.
No, but I'm saying they discuss it during their board meetings, and there'll be, my next topic will be if you all agree about this area, and then it's check, and it moves to the next phase. I don't want to overcomplicate it. I'd rather just start testing it, especially when we don't have someone.
I think when we are interviewing people for the full-time manager's position, this should be a really important thing that we discuss with applicants and their expertise, their opinions on this, because I agree. And this has been something I've been beating this drum forever. And just kind of like when I couldn't get any of the commission to do anything, I'm like, well, then I'll just do it. I'll just start doing email blasts and posting like crazy and be that guy. So, but please, and the consistency and the continuity and the uniformity. While we're on the topic, if I could just mention one very specific thing, Mario, may I say something to Shantae about the emails? I love the emails that you send out, by the way. The one thing that I noticed is that when I open them up, the village seal and all this stuff takes up so much of the email. I have to scroll way down in the email to find out what the topic is. There's a subject line, I get it, but I have to go down pretty far to find, it's the kids jazz jam or whatever that thing was called. I find that I have to look for the information. If you could somehow make that all smaller up there, so it especially on a phone. I'm like, where is it? That's my thought on that. But yes.
As far as the item,
So I would, if you guys wanna, in terms of communication, do you agree? So I would ask for this as a next step. Do you agree to have Paul at least provide, well, it could be 1 month, it could be 2, I don't know. As long as we have a manager, be the voice of what's happening as a summary in terms of this is what's going on in the village. So we don't feel a little empty. That's
You mean have Paul or Mario while he's here, send out regular email blasts and next door? people?
correct.
Yeah, I mean,
correct.
Mario does it.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's not happening more than the events. And what I'm saying is specifically now, because we're going to be talking about projects, what's moving forward, what's kind of stuck, what's our next thing, how we're moving along with the interviews, either as commissioners or the manager, interim or not, needs to come forward with some sort of a formal communication. I see it as an email blast. Do you guys agree with that? Yeah. And then, Mario, this or Paul, this could be every other week, and it's in a way for us to keep track also what's happening.
And every one of us has.
We
the
don't meet
ability
on
to
a
do that
weekly
on
basis.
Our own all the time. I mean,
Yeah.
there's nothing that precludes any commissioner from doing that as well. Take it upon yourself and
Yeah, but the whole point of this for me is that it gives us strength
I get it.
to, there's people here. It's not just us, so what's going to happen? And they come to us. You can knock on the door. Paul's going to be here. He's taking care of that. And I think that puts a level of anxiety down. So if you would agree with me, that's what I would ask. Think about once a month, once every other week. I leave them to decide. There might not be much to say, but I think just from the voice of the village, we need to put something out there.
agree with that.
okay. We have, that
I think
looks like,
at least a monthly thing. I mean, at the very least, kind of like, here's what we wrapped up the previous month and here's what we're working on this month. And it always, when I do my email blasts, I do them in conjunction with these meetings because I kind of say, here's what's coming up.
Yeah, so that's all I would ask until we have a manager and we can
so
figure out.
we'll start with that. It looks like there's consensus, I think.
Thank you.
And then the remainder of the item we can table for another time.
Or when we have, the opportunity to discuss budgets behind it.
Okay. Correct. Okay.
All right.
Can I say something real quickly? Because we extended the meeting to 10:15. It's 10:08. There's 7 minutes left. Art, you put something on the agenda, and I think there are 2 residents that sat here for 4 hours waiting for you to hear it. Could we at least, could you introduce your topic and maybe it will be a quick discussion? These poor people have been sitting here for 4 hours.
Really need to be better stewards of our time. Honestly, there's no reason why we're here at this time with the agenda that we had, but I'd be happy to address it. I don't know if we'll have time to discuss it as a commission, probably not. But, I wanted to bring this forward today because obviously you brought it to my attention. And, I want to reply also to some of the residents that said that, the houses weren't designed for metal roofs. I don't even know what that means, because the houses weren't designed for solar panels, and yet we have solar panels. I mean, obviously, as technology moves forward, things change, right? So I don't understand that. I think Gage said, we've been doing this for 10 years and it's been working. Again, I don't know what that means. But here's my concern, guys. It's very simple, and I'll summarize this. There's an issue with the code as it stands, right? Because there's an issue that, you know, between 2.5 and 3 inches, there's the code doesn't address what can be done and what can't be done. Okay, and that's already been talked with Valerie, and I would get into more detail. Obviously, we don't have time. Of slope, there's an issue, right? So between under 2.5, you can't put a metal roof, but between 2.5 and 3, the code is silent, right? Dade County code says it's 3 inches, but if it happens to fall between 2.5 and 3 inches, the way they do it is just round it up to 3 inches, but the code says above 3 inches. So if you fall between 2.5 and 3, you can put a metal roof according to our code as it's written today. Okay. But here's my bigger concern. We allow shingle roofs without overhangs. No. If you're allowed to put a shingle roof with engineers, you can put one in without an overhang. Okay. No, I understand, but you can get a shingle roof if you have an engineer's report. Okay, but we allow it. We allowed tile roofs with no overhang, but we have an affinity, or for whatever reason, against metal roofs. We have it out for metal roofs. So I did a little digging. I asked a lot of questions to some people that have been here for a while, and apparently there was a small group of individuals that really hated metal roofs back in the day. Okay, for whatever reason, which is fine. Just like there's a lot of people that hate, moving things forward. Okay. But there's a group of residents that came and presented an argument and said, hey, metal roofs are okay. Okay. But I think what happened, and I'm guessing at this point, a group of people got together and said, well, let's make it really hard to put metal roofs. What can we do to make it difficult to put a metal roof on that? Well, let's add an overhang. Let's put, whatever stumbling blocks, because we didn't do it to any other roofs, right? So, and I have yet to see anybody build an overhang. If it's happened, I haven't seen it. You've seen it? Okay, so I've never seen it. And so I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what that takes. So my question is, why do we allow tile roofs? Why do we allow shingle roofs? And why don't we allow metal roofs? So if there's a logical, to not have an over. So if there's a logical reason for that, okay, well, let's discuss it. But I don't see it. And I've driven around the entire village. I took pictures of houses that don't have any overhang, with shingles, with tile. I saw houses in Miami Shores that have metal roofs, that have zero overhang, and they look fine to me. I didn't see a problem with it. So I don't know. I don't understand it. And also, if we're going to we're going to continue this, we need to address that 2.5 to 3 inch issue with it, because that's a whole nother issue that we need to talk about. But so that was the gist of the conversation about metal roof. I don't know how you all feel about the metal roof situation, but if a resident brings up something, whether it's one resident, and back to Gage's, he said, let's not change something just because one resident. But if it's one resident or 100 residents, if somebody brings something before us, it piques my interest, and so I'm curious. So I'm curious, and that's why I have to ask questions. So that was the gist of that.
I respond real quick?
Sure, absolutely.
So, I think it was an aesthetic choice. I don't know for certain, but based on the people I've talked to, it was an aesthetic choice. So just to answer your very direct question in your item, I think it was an aesthetic choice. But I do want to separate two things here, and I'm going to apologize to you in advance, and don't get upset with what I'm about to say. This has nothing to do with that, because these folks knew about the code and they agreed to put an overhang on their house and they didn't do it. That's an entirely separate situation. Well, but you stood here at the last meeting and said it. You stood here at the last meeting and you said it, and you also, okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Well, you came in here and you told us, I knew I was supposed to, and I said I would, but I didn't. So I'm only going by what you're going. Okay. We don't kind of engage like this. So it's a separate thing. So I'm glad you brought it up, because if there's a reason why and something needs to be adjusted, I think any house without an overhang looks a little odd, and aesthetically, we don't make people do it unless they're making a change to their home, and at that point they have to upgrade. So, But I think it was an aesthetic choice. I'm gonna ask Gage myself, but I think you should as well. But the two things are unrelated is what I'm gonna say, because these folks, we can't go back and say now because
agree.
of this.
Oh,
we're gonna
no,
let
this is not, this has nothing to do with them. Like I said, obviously this was brought before us and it piqued my interest. So I started looking into it.
I get it, but they're here and I don't want them to think, ma'am, I'm sorry, I don't want them to think that this group of people gets to make a decision that will change what happened to them. We have
No, this
zero
is-
authority over this.
No, this has nothing to
have
do with that.
okay.
That's nothing to do with that.
I'm making sure they're clear on this. I don't want them to think we're gonna have a conversation and it will change their
Right.
situation, because we can't change their
I-
situation.
I,
Because the code even says they can't get a variance in the code.
Commissioner,
Yeah.
do we have a proposal about how someone that can bring us something to address this, maybe a change or an aesthetic choice or how to address this?
oh, I just wanted to get your feedback and how to see how you all felt about the issue, right? So right now, I just want to have a discussion and see, because listen, at the end of the day, if we make a decision to change anything, we're gonna have to change the code, right?
Sure.
So, but I just wanted to see how you all felt, because if you guys say I'm full of crap, then we just move along.
I don't think you're full of crap. I'd like to hear the answer. I'd like to hear someone, there has to be a record somewhere of why it was done, and I'd
Right.
like to know.
Okay, well,
That's what I.
right, so yeah, but we don't have an aesthetic consideration for tile roof and we don't have aesthetic consideration for a shingle
But I
roof.
think the aesthetic consideration was that on a metal roof, if there's not an overhang, it kind of looks like a trailer or a shipping container.
Okay, well,
Because it's metal, because it's metal. It's material.
okay, well, but again, if you guys, if this is just for discussion, so is this something that you guys would like to consider discussing further?
Absolutely.
Or are we just gonna?
No,
We need to
I think,
correct code.
what I've heard, it sounds very,
Doesn't make
And the
sense
slope
and it's
thing-
arbitrary.
And the slope
those
thing is
things.
also,
I want to look at it and correct it
the slope thing is also another issue that we need to-
Correct.
we
with
need
expert
to-
advice, of course.
we need to address.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
So how are we gonna
Commissioner-
address that?
Well, I'm assuming we're gonna have to address it. It's already 10:15. We're gonna have to come back and revisit this,
Talk
just
to-
like
are
we're
you
gonna have to
talk
revisit
Gage and
hers.
Report back to
Oh,
us?
no, yeah, well, I definitely will speak to Gage, but we're gonna have to go back to her issue and we're gonna have to come back to this issue. Veronica's,
communication.
yeah, because I don't think we finished that thought, right?
Well, we did.
Now we did, we parked it until the manager is back.
Oh, okay, well,
Okay, so just for my notes here, Art, you're gonna talk to some people that were involved in that and you're gonna report back what you find? Okay, awesome. Thank you.
All right, we would appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, seeing the time, motion to adjourn. Okay, second, and all in favor?